Set up. All right, hey guys. Set up. It's all good. Yeah, welcome back to another Warhammer Total War stream. We've got a new patch that just came out, 7.2. Just thought I'd read through the patch notes a little bit, just, well, for myself mainly as well, because I haven't seen it yet. Well, I glanced at it, but I was working the last few days, so I didn't have a chance to do a stream about it or anything. And I know some of you guys like me to read out the patch notes, for those of you who can't read or can't be asked. Also, if any of you guys have noticed anything in the patch notes that's particularly significant, or any, you know, new bugs that have popped up that are like ruining your campaigns and stuff. I had a bit of a bad, normally the bugs don't really affect me too much, but I had a bit of a bad run recently where I've had like 3 or 4 campaigns recently where the specific thing that I was trying to do in the campaign was specifically bugged. And so, yeah, so I had to actually like abandon those campaigns like 2 or 3 times. So yeah, so hopefully that's not going to happen now, but yeah, let's have a look. So 7.2 is now live. Barring any hotfix requirements, this will be our last game update before Bashiva and our Tiger Warriors with update 8.0. So Tiger Warriors are update 8.0. I thought they said that. I don't know. I must have totally misunderstood what they said previously. I thought they said that these character packs were going to be the new 7.1 updates, but no, that's not right. Yeah, so I just ran. Yeah. Anyway, Devotees of Slaanesh redesign. Unit model for Devotees of Slaanesh been redesigned to be higher quality with more detail and variation. Oh, okay, cool. Can't argue with that. You know, why not? Diplomacy double-click shortcut is disabled when scripted to a witch's hut is active to prevent opening diplomacy. Okay, so this is going to be like a whole bunch of just bug fixes and shit. Scripted tour active hexes, scholarly purity edict now states Carnival of Damned. Sorry, actually I'll just read it. I guess I'll just read it out. Even I don't really care about any of this stuff, but yeah, diplomacy double click shortcut is disabled when scripted tour for a witch's hut is active to prevent opening the diplomacy panel. When the scripted tour is active for hexes, the double click on the settlement to open the diplomacy is disabled to prevent script break. So if you play a lot of Astankia, you might have noticed this stuff. Scholarly Purity Edict for Tomb Kings now properly states that it clears all corruption in the province, in addition to blocking corruption from increasing. Carnival of the Damned, oh, here we go. Carnival of the Damned Unholy Manifestation now properly applies growth and corruption penalties to the target province. Oh, I don't care about that. Do you guys ever use like growth and corruption penalties offensively against the AI or whatever? Like, I don't know. On the prologue campaign, disbanding generals no longer causes a crash. Fixes a crash when closing Throt's flesh laboratory. I was thinking about playing a Throt campaign soon, so that's good. Fixed an issue with Eternal Dance scripted tour where the user selects and deselects army lord with access to Eternal Dance. Fixes a bug with I mean, I feel like this is just, I mean, you know, they got to like make a list of all the bug fixes to say, hey, look, we've actually been doing stuff, and all the and like it's great that they're fixing all this stuff, but it's like, you know, I don't give a shit. I don't want to read all this stuff. Yeah, it'd be good if there was like a summary of like, these are the big ticket items that might actually change your campaigns, or these are the interesting things or whatever, you know, because whenever I'm reading patch notes, I'm looking for, you know, a bug that's previously stopped me from playing a campaign, which now is fixed, so I can be like, sweet, I can play that campaign again now. Or a bug or something that's changed that makes a campaign significantly different, so I can be like, sweet, now I can play the campaign again. You know, if it's a bug that I've like never encountered and didn't know existed, like who gives a shit? Or if it's a bug that was so like a minor graphical thing that doesn't make any difference to your campaign anyway, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know, it's like, it's good that they're doing it. I just don't know if it's newsworthy enough for me to bother reading it out to you guys, you know. Fix the bug that where it was up to. Fix the bug with incorrect diplomatic relationship. Fix the issue with some settlements when displaying the icon of trade resource. Okay. So some settlements apparently weren't displaying the trade resource icon. I'd never actually noticed that, but yeah, maybe I have. I don't know. During onboarding for corrupting enemy unit, the second enemy unit selection is disabled to prevent the user from locking themselves during scripted tour. Okay. Who shaved the Northman? Yeah, I don't know. I've got this feeling like, I think when you've got a beard for too long, you know, you kind of rely on it and if you ever shave your beard off, then you won't look good anymore. So you're stuck with having a beard forever and stuff. And I think I'm very much in that if I shave off my beard, I don't look good anymore. But I don't know. I just felt like, I don't know, like I didn't want to be hiding behind my beard. You know what I mean? So I'll probably grow it back immediately because, you know, I look horrible without a beard. But yeah, I felt like I needed to, you know, face reality before I grew my glorious beard back. Second enemy. Also, also as a side note, I'm thinking about maybe starting a new campaign after this. Maybe I'll read this, but then maybe I'll play a couple turns of this Chaos Dwarf campaign, and then I might start a new campaign because I like to start a new campaign whenever there's a new, well, you know, for any reason really. Whenever there's a new patch that comes out or anything. Yeah, Mrs. Missy likes it better shaved. Yeah, I don't know. It's I think this work schedule is screwing me up as well, because like when I like start a campaign and then play a couple of streams and then I work for like 4 days straight, and then by the time I get back, it's like I don't even remember what's going on in the campaign or care about it anymore. You know, I think before when I was sticking to like only 3 days and like maybe I'd do a mini stream on one of those nights, so it was only like, you know, a 1 day break in between streams. Basically, it was not so bad, but then having like these like big long 4 day breaks in between streams is kind of a bit shit. So yeah. I don't know, maybe I'll just try and work less, but anyway, sorry, enough about my feelings. Let's try and make this a bit bigger. So yeah, so I'm trying to find if there's anything in here that I actually care about. Fix the where was I up to? Fix the bug with incorrect diplomatic relationship type icon displayed in some event messages. Yeah, see, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like cool, but who gives a shit, you know? I mean, it's like, my tone is probably not reflecting what I mean exactly. Like, it's like, yes, I'm happy they fixed these things, but right, like, I'm not angry with Creative Assembly in any way or anything. I'm just like, right now, I don't know why I'm doing this, because this is boring, you know? Like, who cares? Fixed how yes, I saw that one. A fixed HP. Oh, well, we'll get to that one. Fixed an issue where some settlements weren't displaying the icon of the trade resource they're providing. Fixed onboarding, corrupting, blah. Fixed sale, downgrading his fortress gates to level 1 whenever he confederated. Fixed sale, downgrading his own fortress gates to level 1 whenever he confederated another Norscan faction. See, if I was them, I would have just fixed that without saying anything about it. It's like, that's funny. Fuchao should now have only one port building chain when colonized by Norsca. When Exalted Hero is devoted to Slanesh, Path of Glory, he should now receive 4 boons instead of 3. Oh, okay, that would have sucked if you only got 3. When winning against allegiance, when winning against allegiance to what? Oh, right. When winning against allegiance to the gods' factions, the user will no longer receive a subjugation dilemma. I didn't realize that happened. I guess I hadn't done one recently. It's like being told by your parents they bought you new toothpaste, but what you needed was a new pair of shoes. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, let's get through this. Fuck. Activating ritual as sale no longer closes the manipulations UI panel. Yeah, that's probably annoying. Sorry, yeah. Fixed characters' HP values not... Oh, no, that's a different Yeah, fixed characters' HP values not updating correctly when obtaining HP increasing skills. So this was a bug that, or this was part of a bug I think that somebody pointed out in 7.0 that was, yeah, I think basically giving you like shitloads of extra HP or displaying you as having shitloads of extra HP or something. I'm not sure if that's completely it or if it was partly that, but I thought I thought that it was sort of fixed already or partly fixed, but yeah, I don't know. Adding generic diplomacy lines for Azag. Aislin's highborn champions technology should now increase recruitment of lords and heroes when recruited from colonies and outposts. Okay, that's good. Fix an issue where effects of Black Ark buildings. Fix an issues where effects from Black Ark buildings stating that they apply to this army and all armies within Encircled influence weren't applying to the Black Ark itself. I wish they would add that to all Black Arks. I feel like it was sort of bullshit that they added, like Lockyer got access to the sea lanes and Lockyer got these special Black Arks that have these abilities and stuff, which are not really that big of a deal, but they do make Black Arks a little bit more interesting. And I just thought it's like such a waste to like only apply it to Lockyer, like there's only one Lord, you know, like, I don't know, for a lot of people, Lockyer's probably their favorite character, their favorite Dark Elf, so I guess if you only ever play Lockyer, then that's cool. But Lockyer, because of a different bug with Lockyer that gives him infinite Black Arcs, which basically ruins his campaign in my opinion, he's like my least favorite one that I basically will never play now, even though he was my favorite before. So it's kind of annoying for me because the Black Arc thing only applies to him, which I don't get to experience, but yeah, whatever. So I guess it's a me thing partly. Lords who do not have a recruitment cost will no longer display a cost in the recruitment tab. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's kind of like, it's not a big deal, but when you like recruit a Lord, which I quite often do, and then I respec the Lord out so he goes into the pool and replace him with a different Lord, then when you hire him back, you shouldn't have to pay for him, and you don't, but it'll display that you do in the previous update. So they fixed that now apparently, so that's good. High Elf Woodlands building chain now provides all its effects to Silver and Guard, Rangers, and Ship's Company. Yeah, okay. Fixed how HP is updated when changing a mount. So does that mean that we don't get free hero mount healing, or does that mean that we don't get lords losing all their health when they change their mounts, or both? I'm hoping that we'll say that fixes both issues. But yeah, that'll be good. I mean, it's one of those things where, because I know that I can do it, I do it all the time. Like I always heal my heroes with mount healing, but if they fixed it so I couldn't do it anymore, that would actually make the game better, you know? Because I remember before the mount healing used to work, like you would have to, like, sometimes you have to make that hard decision, like, oh, my hero's got really low health. Should I leave him in this battle and just like babysit him, or should I just pull him out because he's got like 1% health? If he gets hit by a stray or whatever, he's gonna die, you know? And sometimes you might like pull your hero out of the battle so he doesn't get killed, or if it's an auto resolve, you might pull him out so they don't get killed, you know? Whereas with the changing HP changing from the mount, you get to like just cheese your way out of that. So that'd be good to check out actually if that actually fixes that. Exalted Hero of Slanesh should now have Siege Attacker attribute when mounted on all of their mounts. Exalted Hero of Slanesh should now have Siege Attacker attribute when mounted on all their mounts. Why should Exalted Hero of Slanesh have Siege Attacker mount? No, Siege Attacker. Is that just a thing that they have? Like, what? Alright. Cool. And yeah, why does the Exalted Hero of Slanesh have Siege Attacker? That's weird. Is it because they just like use their feminine wiles to like seduce the guards to open the gate or something? I don't know, that's weird. But yeah, like I wouldn't have thought that was a bug that needed to be fixed. Is that like a new feature that they've added in? Like, I mean, other Exalted Heroes don't have Siege Attacker. Anyway, it's interesting. Fixed an issue where quest battle Tower of Aeshares as Sail, you're at war with the Western Province and the Jaded Court. Okay. Ammunition bonus from Zeech Corruption should now apply the correct amount of extra ammunition in provinces with multiple owning factions. Fixed an issue where mages of life were unable to move if they have auto skill upgrades and hit level 50. Okay, that's a nice one. Azazel's faction Ecstatic Legions now receive missions for unlocking Steercar. Oh, cool. I don't think that's a bug. I think they previously I think the story was previously steer car wasn't allowed to be, Azazel wasn't allowed to have steer car because of some law reason, or Games Workshop said they couldn't do it or something. But they can now. So that's not a bug fix so much as an update. Yeah, I wish they would have separated this into bug fixes and changes and stuff, and like made it a bit more like, you know, like, because this is like reading through all this bullshit. It would have been cool to like just read the parts that were like intentional changes, you know, or that were significant. Improve some interactions with quest battles. Aislin's final quest battles, speeding them up. Manipulation between certain factions in High Elves intrigue and court mechanic wasn't working. High Elves should now be able to manipulate diplomatic relations between any two factions. Okay, cool. I hadn't actually noticed that, I don't think, but I don't know, or maybe I had, but that's good. Dark Elf long victory rewards should once again grant slave income instead of global recruitment capacity. Oh yeah, because I think they fixed that. Yeah, they remember the Dark Elf long campaign victory rewards gave you global recruitment, but Dark Elves don't have global recruitment, so it's completely useless. But then they fixed it. But then when they did another update, it reverted it back again. Fixed an issue where recruiting lords at higher level with a mount spawns them with missing HP. Fixed an issue so the gates of Ulthuan once again have gate guards in their garrison. War armies should not take attrition. What? War armies should not take attrition while in garrison. Oh, okay. So apparently war armies were taking attrition for a while. In other news, they had some news about Warhammer 3 timeline. Apparently, Cathay character pack is coming mid-April. End times are scheduled for August, and Siege rework should be live before that. Oh, so they're not going. So they're just going to go live with the Siege rework. They're not going to do a. They're not going to do a beta. Okay, cool. Because months ago when they were talking about, they were sort of saying they were going to come back to it and maybe do another beta. But then, yeah, more recently they were talking about it like it was. They were doing it now. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Zibu. That's good. That's important news. So yeah, so just to repeat that, what Zibu just said, I'm not sure if you saw the live stream from CA Josh and King Gobbo. They had some news about Warhammer 3 timeline. Apparently, Cathay character pack is coming mid-April. End times are scheduled for August, and Siege rework should be live before that, before August. Yeah, cool. Well, that's good though. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff kind of coming. So yeah, so I mean, April's not too far away. I really hope that the Bashiva like Tigerman update is a big one for me because, well, the main thing I'm looking at with that is what sort of free update do we get, because they said that like the 7.1, you know, the 0.1 updates that were giving us like heaps of extra content and stuff like that, they're basically saying they're not doing that anymore. Instead, the 0.1 updates are going to be like this with lots of bug fixes and stuff, and only some minor changes with no like real content updates. But they said that they're going to roll in those content updates, those free LC updates, those, you know, faction reworks and shit into the character packs. So this first one, the Tigerman character pack, is the one where they get to show us what that means, you know? Yeah, I'm really hoping that there's going to be significant free LC coming alongside that. No, when I say free LC, I don't mean necessarily like heaps of new content, like new units and new stuff, you know, but like faction reworks and significant updates and you know, reworks and fixes to things, that, you know, stuff like that. Like, so yeah, like I don't know, like I guess what I would really like to see would be would be like maybe like a minor rework for one or two other factions or something. Like, well, obviously like a minor rework for Cathay, but like, so what I'm saying is you would expect, right, that we're going to get the Bashiva DLC and we're going to get a minor rework for Cathay that doesn't really change that much, but just fixes up a couple of minor things or some shit. That would be kind of like the minimum, like that. Like that would be what I would be disappointed in, you know what I mean? If like, yeah, but what I would hope that we would get is, you know, a pretty significant update for CA, and for a pretty significant rework for Cathay alongside the Tigermen, because it's a good excuse to do a rework for Cathay, and like a bit of a bonus free LC rework for something else that they've been wanting to work on, that people have been asking for or whatever, and that they thought that'd be a good opportunity to do it, you know. And if there's even more than that, like a couple other little minor reworks for other factions, some like, you know, unique skill lines for heroes for factions that don't have unique skill lines and stuff like that, you know, that kind of like, I don't know, just I guess like just I'd be really impressed if we get stuff that was similar level to what the 7.1 updates were before, where it's like a major like global campaign mechanic is being reworked, like itemization or something like that, or the siege rework that's coming later or whatever, apparently. But if it's just, yeah, so basically that's, I'm really looking, so I don't really give a shit about the Tiger Men that much. Like, I think that'll be cool to check them out, whatever. It's not like something I'm hanging out for particularly, but the free LC and the reworks that come alongside that, that's basically what I'm looking for, you know. Like, if, yeah, is it going to be disappointing, we basically get fucking nothing, or is it going to be sick, like we get like stuff that's as amazing as like the dwarf rework, or the, you know, the deeps, or the itemization reworks, or, you know, all the stuff that's been really, really fucking cool previously? Or is it going to be kind of somewhere in the middle, or, you know, or what? But yeah, that's basically my thing about that. Sam, thanks for the 20 months, man. In case CA disappointed, he's a resub. No worries, I can always rely on you. I'll put you on the roll of glory in case I'm probably gonna start a new campaign soon. So if it's not straight away, I think Frankenberry's already in, isn't he? Yeah, Frankenbull, that's right, Frankenbull's already in. Yeah, I might not start it straight away, but I'll keep you in the vault there. They also mentioned that there should be a campaign AI rework after the end times. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, then the fact that they didn't mention any of this, like, or any of the stuff that I just talked about, the fact they didn't mention any faction reworks, any free LC, or anything that's coming alongside Bashiva, kind of worries me, you know. And I'm not like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that if there isn't, then that's like the end of the world and we've been betrayed or anything. Like, they didn't like really promise anything or anything. But I'm just saying, like, if it's that disappointing version where we just get the Tiger Man and Bashiva and a very minimal rework for Cathay that doesn't really change too much, then I'll be like, oh, okay, so this is just how it's going to be now. We're just not really going to get any good reworks, and it's just going to be like DLC from now on, you know what I mean? It's just going to be like Shadows of Change style from now on, you know. But if we get like sick reworks and some extra stuff that we weren't expecting and fucking whatever, then it's going to be like, oh, sick, it's awesome now. It's like 7.1, you know, it's like those 0.1 updates, not 7.1, but, you know, the previous point, like 4.1 and stuff. Yeah, so I guess that's really what I'm waiting to see. Like, is this going to be like the start of a new awesome era, or is it just going to be kind of, you know, the worst version of what we thought it would be, kind of thing? I guess is kind of where I'm at. And yeah, for me, like, yeah, the free updates that come alongside the DLC is like kind of what determines that, I think, to a large degree. But then again, you know, that's just my point of view. You know, I'm sure in terms of sales, which is probably like the thing that mainly moves the dial for CA, like, it's, you know, it's more about whether people buy the DLC or not. It wasn't an announcement stream, it was just Josh playing Kugath campaign and King Gobbo chatting with people from chat, just dropping nuggets like the ones above. Yeah, nice. I wonder why, I'd like to get an update for Vampires. Well, we might get an update for Vampires along with the Lords of the End Times DLC. Like, I'd be surprised if we didn't at least get some. So that's the thing, we like, yeah, I suppose even if the Bashiva Lord Pack is disappointing, not the Lord Pack, but the free LC that comes alongside that is disappointing, then we still have another chance for there to be like really cool free update that comes out with Lords of the End Times. Because like, they have said that the reason why they're doing the Lord Packs is to like make them a lot more compact and easy to put out. So, you know, if they don't do a lot of reworks and stuff like that alongside it, then that's, you know, then that's kind of understandable. They're trying to keep it lean so they can pump them out. But yeah, but yeah, but then we still might get a big like a big updates with like, you know, we might get like say like possibly with Lords of the End Times we'll get a major rework for vampires. We might get a minor rework for another minor rework for vampires because they already got a bit of an update, and we might get a couple of other little minor updates for other factions that are involved in the Lords of the End Times. I don't know. Do we know? I don't think any other factions have been confirmed really yet, apart from vampires. Yeah. Well, actually, they haven't really. Well, they've said that. I'm pretty sure they've hinted, or at least outright confirmed that they're going to do an update for vampire counts. Yeah, Krell is mentioned in there. Neferata is going to be one of the DLC lords, but I don't think they've confirmed whether she's going to be vampire counts or, you know, or something else. But I assume she'll probably be vampire counts. Anyway, so do we read all this stuff? Fixed issue recruiting lords, blah blah. AI factions will now consider positioning their forces close to a nearby settlement besieged by an ally ready to reinforce assault. They will be more inclined to do this when there's a war coordination request from the ally for the besieged settlement, and even more so if the ally is human and or their vassal master. If all these conditions are met, the AI will consider reinforcing even assaults that it would otherwise deem too risky. Nevertheless, the behavior is not 100% guaranteed. The AI may still choose to help in a different way, like engaging other enemy forces nearby or just raiding the region. That's really cool. That's really cool because quite often, yeah, well, actually, that's interesting because quite often I use non-allies to help me with my assaults. Like if I know I've got a common enemy and there's an, like, just say, you know, Tamakan has a big army and he's marching to attack Kolek or something, and then I've got like a single lord there. I'll quickly like run ahead of Tamakan and siege lock the Kolek, so that when Tamakan gets there, then he can he'll try and siege, but he won't be able to because I'll have it siege locked already, and then he'll just kind of stand next to me, and then I can use his army to siege the settlement. So I've noticed that works pretty well when they're not allied, and I think I have noticed it not working that well when they are allied sometimes, but maybe that's because of your expectation. Like when they're not an ally, you don't really necessarily expect it to work, but if it does, it's a bonus, you know, and it does work quite a lot. Whereas if they are an ally, you kind of expect them to do it 100% of the time, and when they don't, it pisses you off, you know. So they're making it, yes, they're making it more likely that your allies will reinforce you when you're sieging. That's pretty cool. Chimera should now receive benefits from tech and skills of warriors and chaos factions. Glade Lords on stag mounts should now receive all benefits that they would normally receive while on any mount. Fixed a misplaced arm guard on the Bull Centaur Turok. Fixed an issue where spear and bow mistwalker units were partly missing from technology seasoned militia. Loki Felhart's Mount Maelstrom should now have his mass turn speed and fly speed properly adjusted to match the Black Dragon mounts of other Dark Elf Lords. Cool. Female Noble should now be equipped with all special followers that other Norscan heroes can equip. Xiaoming's skill Lord of Shenyang can now increase the weapon strength of any ogre unit in the army, not just mercenary units. Oh, cool. That's cool. Maybe we should try the Cathay ogre thing again. Alright, so I'm going to start a poll for like what our new campaign should be. So yeah, Xiaoming Ogre Focus is one option. Another one I was thinking about doing was Village Cathay Vassals Spellmastery thing. Was Anthony, Anthony, was it you were saying that, you saying that Xiaoming automatically pretty much builds the building for the Jade Lines, or was that Miao Ying that automatically builds it? Another one I was thinking about was maybe Iceland with no Confederation. Did I already try that before and it still was boring? They alluded to updating the other Cathay factions, Xiaoming and Zhao and Miao, so I would personally wait for a Cathay campaign when 8.0 drops. Yeah, well, See that, yeah, I don't really worry about that sort of stuff, Johnny. Like for you, that's probably a good idea. But for me, it's like if it was going to drop like next week, then yeah, I'll be like, yeah, maybe I'll wait. But like if it's, do you know what I mean? If it's like a month away, like I'll probably play like 30 campaigns by then. So it's like, you know, I could play one now and then play another one in a month. It's not that big of a deal. Iceland dueling Lockyer would be nice for a short campaign. Go Iceland and go to Cathay. Yeah. Yeah, that's also thinking like an Iceland campaign where you sort of, yeah, like I think that the Cathay part, the Confederation part of Iceland is, anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, so Xiaoming Ogre Focus, Village Cathay Vassal, well maybe not Xiaoming Ogre Focus because they're going to get reworked so soon, so maybe I shouldn't play them just now. But it might be good to, I haven't played Cathay in ages, so it could be good to get a bit of a Cathay vibe beforehand, but yeah. Gelt Conquers China. Yeah. Could be. Yeah, but I was thinking Village Cathay Vassal Master because, yeah, so Village can ally with Cathay and then get Jade Lions that give you spell mastery, and so then you can just have like super powerful spell power, you know, on all your Cathay armies, on all your you know, Zeech focused Warriors of Chaos armies, which kind of works for the Zeech thing, I think, and it's kind of just a cool different, and I don't know, I just think it'd be fun to have vassals, Cathay vassals. I've never really used them before. And yeah, so I'm looking for one other option, I think. But I think there was some other things I was thinking about as well, but I just can't think of what they are right now. Fixing increasing the fire resistance, blah blah. Fixed an issue with Devious Flames of Azurix Maze Keeper was actually increasing fire resistance instead of really reducing it. Ouch. Conscientious now is actually properly increases Lords and Nobles through sea outposts. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I noticed some problem with that. In Catharian's Grim Discipline now properly applies Grim Discipline to Ship's Company, Skycutters, and Mist Mages. Upkeep reduction effect on Tyrion's trait Great Warriors should now also reduce upkeep on Ship's Company units. Okay, cool. Does anyone use like Ship's Company? Does anyone use Ship's Company like when you're not playing as Iceland? I don't know. I think I do sometimes, maybe. Fixed an issue where different Norscan lords will get different versions of the. Oh. Fixed an issue where different Norscan lords would get different versions of the innate skill Diabolic Splendor. Like, I hope they got the good one, because there's one Diabolic Splendor that's fucking super good, and there's one that's complete shit. So apparently they fixed it so they all get the same one now. So I hope they don't all get the one that's complete shit, because that's basically just removed one skill from the thing. Yeah, has anyone got a Norska campaign going? Can you still get the good Diabolic Splendor? Fixed an issue where yeah, I sort of want to play Norska as well. You can play Norska. I mean, I sort of want to play Wolfric again, but yeah, I kind of feel like every time I get to the infinite teleporting part, I just kind of lose interest. Yeah, I feel like they really nuked the longevity of Norska campaigns somehow. It's like Norska's maybe more fun when you first start playing them, but then it doesn't, like, you used to have like this thing with Norska where, you know, once you get rolling, you kind of, then you're trying to go to all these different places around the world to get these different technologies, and then you're trying to like build up your god thing, and then you're trying to like steal enemy heroes, and it's like you could play a Norska campaign for like 200 turns and just keep like trying to steal enemy heroes, steal allied heroes and stuff. Whereas now, like, it's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like that. It just feels like it's kind of fun for the first 20-30 turns, and then, you know, it's not really, I don't know, that's just the experience. I mean, I've only played a couple of campaigns, maybe I shouldn't really pass judgment until I've played it a bit more, but it's kind of how I'm feeling at the moment. A fiction issue where bound spell by character trait may not appear in battle. Fixed an issue where female nobles could get the trait sneaky, has no effect for him. Oh yeah, I noticed that. And sneaky was annoying. All mist mages get the resistant. All mist mages and mages with resistant trait should properly apply the effects of their trait to armies. Oh yeah, somebody pointed that out, that they were not getting resistant wasn't working in certain situations. But then I think somebody else figured out that you could get it to work if you did something. But yeah, so apparently they fixed it now. Fixed Hamakan AI not being able to finish Chieftain progression. Oh! Fix Tamakan AI not being able to finish Chieftain progression. I used ship's company from army I borrowed to tank Marathi's doom bolts. Nice. Just want Neferata, give me vampire content. Yeah, nice. I prefer if AI Ace would keep all his settlements instead of giving them to his ally, another confederation to perform. No, well, I don't know. I think, like, I like the idea of AI. I like the idea of Ace giving away his settlements, but maybe it'd be better if you had the choice a bit more. Like instead of, yeah, actually that would be, yeah, that would probably be better actually. If instead of making Iceland like you have to not hold settlements, you have to give it all away. Like they made it so you could kind of choose, and you could either just build your own empire and fuck the rest of the high elves, or you could do the thing where you donate all your stuff and you could choose, and either one was viable. That way people would feel like, oh, I'm going to do a Iceland Sea Patrol campaign where I don't hold any territory, I just defend the land and shit, and they would feel like they were doing a cool thing that was different, you know, whereas at the moment, like, that's all you can do kind of, so you kind of just feel like you're missing out on the other thing. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, but also the thing is, like, I think that's like the Iceland concept of just being the defender and not actually holding your own territory is actually cool, because I don't know, I just think that's a cool concept and it's a cool campaign and it is quite different. But yeah, it would have been better if it was an option instead of you had to do it. But even given that that's what the campaign is, I feel like it just doesn't, I don't know. I think the main issues with it are, like, yeah, you shouldn't be able to confederate, or if you do confederate, you should just take the Lord but leave the faction there. Like, you know, like if you take Tyrion, his faction, if you confederate him, you should get Tyrion, but his faction could get replaced with what is it, Lothan Parliament or whatever, that controls Lothan while he's gone or whatever, rather than just a generic faction. Like, it should be a specific faction, so that way you still, you know, you're still helping, you're still paying, like, you're still like supporting the real elven factions kind of thing, rather than just this generic maritime sea elf bullshit. And yeah, so I think that's one thing that doesn't feel good. But also, yeah, I feel like you need more, like, you need the elves to feel more threatened and for you to be struggling to defend them more. I felt like I didn't really, like, I felt like the AI, like, you know, because the way the AI anti-player bias works, like, I don't think the AI like attacks, like, you basically want the AI, you want the human anti-player bias, excuse me, to be shifted onto the NPC high elf factions so that they're getting fucked up, and then you have to like desperately defend them, you know what I mean? And then that would give you that feeling, but the thing is, you don't get that, like, you don't get the feeling of being the defender of Ulthuan, because Ulthuan's not really under threat, you know what I mean? And you're not under threat, or like, yeah, I think it's something like that. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like for some reason, like, that Iceland campaign didn't quite land with me. Like, I love the concept of it, but not every campaign needs to be empire builder. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's really cool that they provide an alternate gameplay style with Iceland, although it would be better if you had the option, you didn't get to choose. I concur. Also, AI builds its provinces in an inefficient way, useless recruitment buildings everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I think, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Iceland needs a rework, and I doubt, like, he's going to get it. And, you know, but maybe it's just for me. Like, maybe it's just me that feels that way, and I don't know. Maybe everyone else loves him or something. I don't know. But yeah, for me, it's like, yeah, it just doesn't quite work. And also, like, right at the start, I feel like it's impossible to upgrade your dragon ships. But then later on, you just get shitloads of materials for your dragon ships. So it's like, maybe there's a bit of a weird, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that, like, progression with the dragon ships, like, I think they just need to move around those numbers a little bit to make it, you get more materials earlier or something, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Iceland's campaign, I love the concept of Iceland's campaign, but I've tried playing it 2 or 3 times now and it just doesn't quite, I don't know, I just haven't found it that good. Skill hard to hit for dragon ship admirals. Oh yeah, so anyway, so I was thinking about playing Iceland though, no confederation again, and trying to, like, I don't know, give it another shot. Not because I think I'm going to enjoy it though, more just to explore those ideas and feelings and shit that I was just explaining then, and see, just to confirm how I feel about it, I guess, basically. But I kind of hate doing that shit because it's like work, you know? I want to play the game for fun, and I want to play it I don't want to be like, oh, I think this campaign's going to suck and I'm not going to enjoy it, so I'm now going to spend the next 25 hours playing it, you know, just to make sure, you know, it's not very appealing. So yeah, but if I could think of something that would definitely be fun to do, that'd be better. AI controlled Sea Patrol should just act as an ordinary factions. Yeah. Resistant is fixed. Oh, good. Skill hard to hit for Dragon Ship Admirals now only requires 2 skills instead of 3. Spell intensity effect from Shadows, Shiver, Step Choice in the Dance of Symphony of Excess should now apply to all caster heroes in the army. Fixed an issue where Azric and Bubblesmoke were missing for the spellcasters affected by the tech collapse of Grand Cathay. What? Oh, by the tech collapse of Grand Cathay, right. Fix an issue with the order of spells, the Great Shaman skill tree, removed unholy manifestations, source from Dekala's breakdown for Thrall's resource. Stand your ground, skill for Dragon Ship Admirals now requires any 1 point of the previous skills to unlock. Fix an issue where Overcast Flensing Ha would not spread nor show its overtime ability visual. Remove the anti-infantry trait from Marauders of Slaanesh as they're not particularly specialized against it. Remove the anti-infantry trait from Marauders of Slaanesh as they're not particularly specialized against it. So, did they just nerf the fuck out of Marauders of Slaanesh? I mean, I never thought of Marauders of Slaanesh as being particularly fucking elite anyway, but did they previously have anti-infantry and they removed it? Oh, do they mean that at the top? They mean up the top it said they were anti-infantry, but they never actually were anti-infantry? I think that's what they mean. I think it just said they were anti-infantry, but they weren't actually, and they just removed the description. But yeah. Fix the scope of the crushing trait of Sea Helms. What? Did they nerf crushing on Sea Helms? Yeah, Iceland recovered the lost Sea Elf colonies. Yeah, see, I always have this dream of doing a High Elf campaign where the High Elves basically stay in Ulthuan, but you set up these like colonies all around the world, and then you try to control them through like naval power and shit, kind of like the British Empire sort of style. And yeah, but I don't know. I never really was able to get a satisfying. I was never able to really get it in a satisfying way with the other High Elf factions before Iceland came out. But yeah, maybe Iceland, but I feel like you need more sea lanes, like, you know, you need more sea lanes to be able to get around to them all. Like there's not really a sea lane that goes to this Fortress of Dawn, or the one, is that the Fortress of Dawn, the one that's in Lustria? Yeah. They're not anti-infantry, yeah. Land Gores are, and they're decent in auto resolve, yeah, nice. Fixed issue where the cut the chains tactic did not remove feral rage from wyverns. Fixed an issue where ritual of pestilence and ritual of plague now increased Epidemius's tally mechanic. Technologies. Fixed an issue where Empire Tech teaching of Techless wasn't properly linked to the following 2 technologies. You love Iceland's playstyle? Yeah, what do you have any recommendations about things that are particularly fun to do with Iceland, or? Fixed an issue where Empire Tech teachings of Techless wasn't properly linked to the fixed an issue where Riders of Hell Tech wasn't properly applying the Beast Breaker ammo to both Marauder and Marauders of Slaanesh. To both Marauders, Horsemen of Slaanesh. There. UI, reducing UI, fixed visual issue, sail, remove, can I change stances? I can't bother reading any of this stuff anymore. AI in battle. Resolve situations where the AI is taking too much time to storm settlement after routing the enemy. Resolve situations where AI is creating spaghetti lines when entering a minor settlement. That's good. Resolve situations where AI can get stuck when entering minor settlement. Resolve problem when AI deploying in major settlement battles when there are breaches creating before the battle starts. In land battles, AI will no longer split its army to chase groups of only flying units. Okay. Resolved chaotic AI movements linked to reinforcements and choke point battles. Resolved situations where AI commanders are aggressively flip-flopping behind its armies. Resolved situations where AI magistrate is refusing to go into melee. AI controlled Yuambo now use his dragon form more often in melee. Okay. Resolve situation where AI magistrate is refusing to go into melee. Isn't the AI magistrate like super shit in melee? Does that mean they're just gonna like suicide themselves from now on? But yeah, all this stuff sounds good. That still sounds like it's really good stuff. Like I think this stuff, you know, like that's what I was trying to say before. Like all this stuff up here, it's not like it's not important. It's just that it's just all obscure, like really specific bugs that most people have never encountered, you know what I mean? Whereas the headline is probably like, you know, we fixed all this shit with AI, and people will be like, sick, that's cool. You know, like I feel like they should have like put a little thing at the top saying, you know, headlines, we fixed the AI a bit, we did a bunch of other stuff, you know, like that kind of stuff. Of course the magistrate should go into melee if he's smart enough, yeah. If playing Iceland, one should have the extended map mod with Fortress Guardians and many other high elf factions. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, talk. I want to play vanilla. Sorry, this is ideas for a vanilla campaign. Play after this because I feel like I've been playing a lot of old world and I just want to play some vanilla. But yes, but thanks for the tip. Mostly seems like bug fixes related to the new things from 7.0. Yeah. Well, no, well that's what I'm saying. That not this AI. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like most of it is just bug fixes related things to 7.1, but that's because of the way they laid it out, and they just had like a huge list of errata of all this shit that I don't care about really. You know, whereas like they should have highlighted some of this stuff to be like, hey, we fixed all this stuff with AI. Then that would be cool. That would be more. It would make it look cooler, I think. But yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Okay, well that was cool. So yeah, so there was actually some pretty good stuff in there. Yeah, the AI fixes, I mean, it might not be the sexiest stuff, but you know, if they keep working on this kind of stuff, I think that's like some of the stuff that really annoys people and like would really make the game feel a lot better and more polished and smooth, you know, if just you didn't see the AI being all derpy all the time. So that's pretty cool. Some significant changes in that you potentially can't do the hero mount healing anymore. We can test that in a second. And mounting and dismounting of lords off of their mounts shouldn't take all your health away. Can't remember if there was any other significant bug fixes in there. I mean, some of these bug fixes might be significant if it's affecting the faction that you play all the time, but yeah, they just weren't ones that I played much. In your experience, does Astragoth and Grimgor usually declare war on each other? I'm playing Imric, they have no wars but hate each other. Well, I mean, I only play like Astragoth like once or twice per patch. So, you know, if you mean historically through all the times that I've played them, like, yeah, they always declare war on him. If you mean in the last few patches, then yeah, no, Grimgor doesn't declare war as much, not as early anyway. Like I played 2 Astragoth campaigns a couple patches ago where I just ignored Grimgor and went west to the Empire, and Grimgor never attacked me for at least the first 25 turns. When he, you know, he obviously could have attacked me after like 8 turns or whatever. So yeah, so yeah, no, they don't always attack each other early. But there's just been a new patch that came out yesterday that I haven't played yet, so maybe they attack each other all the time now. I don't know. So yeah, depends on which patch you mean. Anyway, so yeah, so I think that's about all we got to say about the update. I kind of just want to play Khorne as well, just for no reason really, just because Khorne. I just like Khorne dudes. Although I kind of want to play Valkyr. Although maybe I should save Valkyr to play her on this map though, at some point in the future. Is there any other faction apart from Village that could go Cathay vassals? I need a 4th faction to put on my list. So I'm thinking about playing, oh, I don't know, I don't really want to play Jamming, but maybe Xiaoming ogre focus, because oh yeah, the ogres they fixed Xiaoming's ogre buff, so apparently it applies to all ogres now. So you could have 4 ogre vassals and 3 ogre mercenaries. So you have 7 ogres in Xiaoming's armies, and they would all get the update. They would all get the buff from his trait as well. So that's kind of cool if you want to play. I mean, the only thing with doing the whole ogre theme with the whole ogre theme with Xiaoming is that then, like, even with the buffs, I don't think like going full ogre is that good. It's not like a doom stack or anything. Arbal, yeah, I was thinking that maybe Arbal. I mainly want to do like an Arbal Emperor thing where Arbal invades the Empire. But the problem with that is you got to go through Cathay. It's like, I mean, not Cathay, through Kislev, and it's like, eh. I was considering if spending influence to force them to wage war so they can't declare war on me. You can't use influence to force them to declare war. You can only use influence to make them hate each other's guts. Well, of course you know that. And if they already hate each other's guts, then, you know. I'm playing some Castelton, and Arbal definitely rolled high. He's a nightmare in this campaign. Yeah, nice. I haven't played Kislev in ages as well. Maybe just play some Kislev too. If over a certain amount, war is almost guaranteed. Oh, really? So if you get them over like 150, negative 150, you reckon they'll, or 250 or something? Arbal, no blood hosts. Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking. Like, I go like Arbal. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to play Arbal vanilla though as well, because they reduced the amount of blood hosts that you can get. Yeah, I tried Dakala a couple of times. Dakala's one of those ones where Dakala's kind of like, I don't know. Dakala's kind of like Tamakan for me. Like, she's really cool and she's got a heap of cool shit, but it sort of just feels like, it feels kind of like like, I don't know. You have like 10 or 15 turns of like not too crazy, and then all of a sudden you just get all this crazy shit, and it just, I don't know. It just feels a bit too, I don't know. I don't know, I like Dakala is probably my favorite Slaanesh Lord at the moment. I haven't played Nakari again since the update though. Maybe I think I might like Nakala because Nakala's infinite scaling is fun but gets a little boring. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe Nakari is like the Kugath of Slaanesh for me. Like, even though Dakala is like the better Lord, Nakari is just a bit more chill, like a bit more normal, you know? Like, I think that's the thing like a lot of factions, yeah, I'm on a bit of a thing at the moment where I think like there's like, I really like Total War, right? I like the core, I kind of like the core function of Total War, which is like you build buildings, you have an economy, you use recruitment to get armies, you move those armies strategically to attack targets, you fight, you have different units that are balanced against other units, you know what I mean? Just the normal Total War thing that you did in historical Total War, you know? And like, there's a lot of factions that have cool little extra tweaks and shit that make it a little bit different, but then there's factions that just, their faction mechanics are so crazy that the original Total War mechanics don't even fucking matter anymore, you know what I mean? Like, units, pff, who gives a shit? Economy, who gives a shit? Fucking everything, who gives a shit? Buildings, who gives a shit? You know, because I've got fucking an invincible Lord with super magic, with all these items and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, and I think it's a bit like that with a lot of factions, like they've got these really cool mechanics and they are really fun the first time you play them, but they overshadow the core gameplay, and then that means that they don't have that same replayability, because it's like the core gameplay is the thing that gives you that replayability, I think, more, whereas the gimmicks that the different factions have are more like flavor. But if the flavor ruins, you know, it's kind of the same with Arbal as well, you know, like all of his teleporting around and spawning blood hosts everywhere and shit, it just kind of destroys the whole like normal Total Warness of it all. And I think that's my problem with Khorne in general. Like, I love Khorne, but I want to play Total War with Khorne. I don't want to play Khorne War, you know? Like, yeah, like my dream is a Khorne campaign where I have like Arbal and all the kind of heroes and units and stuff that Arbal has, but I just conquer the world like normally, you know, like with armies and stuff. And yeah, but yeah, so I don't know, maybe I should play Arbal but without, yeah, I don't know. I was sort of thinking maybe I'll play Arbal and just not just play vanilla, but just not like try not to. So like when the first couple times I played Arbal, like my mentality was like people want to know how to fucking beat the shit out of the game with Arbal, right? So I'm gonna play Arbal that way, where you just fucking dominate the shit out of everything and like just spawn and blood host fucking everywhere and, you know, that kind of thing. And yeah, and that works. And then it's like, oh, I don't want to play anymore, you know? So yeah, but maybe you could just play, but they did nerf it. They did nerf it since then. I haven't played him since they nerfed it. And so I was sort of thinking maybe I could play without any particular restrictions, but just not, you know, just not lean into it. But I don't know. I feel like playing a game and being like, oh, I'm just going to play the game, but I'm just not going to play very hard. It doesn't feel like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not cool. It's kind of why I don't like faction mechanics where you have to interact with too much at first, because it feels less like a total war game. I'm slowly coming around to that stuff though. Yeah, I don't know. I think some factions that really work, like I think there's like two different ways that it kind of works really well, you know. I think one way that it works really well is where the secondary mechanics are more structured, I guess, or something like with Chaos Dwarfs, right? Chaos Dwarfs have Chaos Dwarfs are one of those factions that does have a really dominant faction mechanic, like the slave mechanic and the construction mechanic and all that kind of stuff is very dominant, but it just but I don't know, it just works somehow. I don't know, it just still works somehow, you know. I don't know, maybe it's just because it's really good, maybe it's because it's balanced, like it's got a certain balance to it or a certain like ramp upness to it, or something. Anyway, whatever, that's a bad example, but yeah, so Chaos Dwarfs is probably an example of a faction mechanic that is pretty overwhelming, but it still somehow works really well. But then there's other factions like I don't know, like Alithanar or something, right? Alithanar, he's just a normal faction, but he can do ambush attack, you know? So it just gives you this little different twist. It just gives you a little twist on it, you know what I mean? Or Elthar, actually Tyrion, I reckon Tyrion's perfect example now, actually. Tyrion and Karl Franz are two really good examples now, because they both have these like these good faction mechanics that feel quite powerful, but they have like cooldowns, so you can only use them every now and again, but they enhance and they work off the normal mechanics, you know, like they build off the normal mechanics, like the one where you can recruit extra units per turn and all that sort of stuff. It's still based on what you can recruit and your base recruitment numbers per turn. It just enhances it, right? And then the other one gives you the instant recruitment, and you stack them together and you feel like really intelligent because you've done both at once and recruit a heap of shit. But like it's still like it enhances and magnifies the base Total War kind of mechanics, and it, yeah, and those and all the normal stuff of building your economy and recruiting units and all that kind of stuff is still like really important, you know. So I think like, yeah, I think like Tyrion and Karl Franz are like two of the examples of perfect examples of like how it should be. Like not every faction, but that should be like the baseline, like of how most factions should be, you know. Or you know, I'd like to watch Con8 gameplay, because since the change in occupy raise options, it makes me unsure when to spawn a blood host and when to occupy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I was sort of thinking, like, although I feel like for me to enjoy the Khorne campaign, like no blood host, no teleport would probably be the best way. But then again, I haven't actually played it since they nerfed it and changed it, so it'd be nice to just play vanilla as well. All right, so let's put Arbal on there. Arbal. How do you spell Arbal? A-R-B-A-A-L? But yeah, I'd love to play Arbal and have I'd love to play Arbal and vassalize the Empire, and maybe vassalize Kislev as well, and so that, and then just I like the idea of having like just regiments of Empire soldiers that have like turned to Khorne and stuff. That'd be cool. It's not really a thing it's more of a 40k thing than a fantasy thing. Like in in fantasy, like you'd have individual warriors that might go and join Khorne, but I don't really know of any stories where, you know, there's been a whole regiment of Empire Halberdiers that have suddenly like turned to Khorne and become Khorne Empire Halberdiers or anything like that. You know what I mean? But in 40k, there's a lot of that sort of stuff where there'll be like entire regiments of Imperial Guard that have turned to Khorne or turned to Chaos or whatever, and they still have Imperial Guard regiments and still have the Imperial Guard discipline and everything, but they just serve evil gods now, you know, that kind of thing. All right, so yeah, so is there any other good ideas that I've been thinking about lately? Lithanar is the SO Lord who benefits the most from having Skycutters. They synergize well with his Shadow Walkers. Oh yeah, that'll be right. Oh yeah, so we've got Zhao Ming going Ogre Focus, Village Cathay Vassal Spellmaster. I think that would be a good one. Alright, that'll do. Imperials would rather serve a Vampire Lord than a Chaos Lord. Yeah, yeah, hey MJD. Yeah, see, it doesn't, yeah, I don't know if it works that well in this campaign, but yeah, I'll set up this poll for Twitch as well, and then I'll let's have a look at our campaign here and see how we're going. Yeah, so basically play Village and then Vassalize Cathay and get heaps of Jade Lions so we can have like super spell intensity. Play Khorne Arbal. Play Zhao Ming with Ogres. Or Aislinn, no Confederations. That's the thing, see, I think most people probably like would want to play, you know, max Confederations. They probably don't like the idea of no Confederations, but I feel like the Confederations just fundamentally fuck the whole Aislinn concept, you know, like it just doesn't feel as good if you confederate, because the whole thing of it, the whole idea of Aislinn is that he doesn't care about politics, he doesn't care about confederating the other factions and controlling their land or anything. He only cares about defending the coastline, you know. And so if you confederate them, and then like if you confederate Lothern, you confederate Safri, you confederate Kothic, and then those factions cease to exist and they get replaced with generic maritime fucking whatever, like what are you defending then? You know, those the proud nations of the Asa have already been destroyed by you. You know, and I don't know. For me, that just kind of ruins it a little bit. You can have super spell intensity with Zeech War Shrines, though. Yeah. Aren't they gift units that you have to get through gifts, and you can only have 4? No, you can only have. We can have a few of them, but yeah, I don't think you can get enough of them though. If you do Jade Lions, you can have 4 of them in every army, and then just top them off with one or two Zeech War Shrines. They're also hero mounts. Yeah, see again, you don't have unlimited heroes though. So you mean like if you've got like 20 armies, then if you just vassalize Cathay, then you can have 80 Jade Lions. You're not gonna have 80 fucking heroes. So I guess it's the difference between maybe having one army that manages to get 200 intensity and having like every army having like 60% spell intensity or more. Potentially, but I think allegiance points will be a huge bottleneck. Nah, allegiance points are pretty easy to get. You set up a sack city and just get 15 points every turn. 20. Well, it'll take you. It's going to take you like 100 turns, or it's probably going to take you like 50 turns before you get 20 Jade Lions. If you get 15 allegiance points per turn, then yeah. My point is, you're going to have a fuckload more spell intensity if you ally with, like, whatever you think you can get with a village by himself, you're going to have a shitload more if you're allied with Cathay. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like, whatever the numbers are, it's always a lot more if you're allied with Cathay. Would you be interested in a Bellicor recruit only converted demon lords campaign? No, I would not. No, I would not. I'd be interested in a Bellicor campaign where I actually even converted a single lord, because I don't think I've ever actually. Oh, I think I might have done it like once, like when Bellicor like first came out, when Warhammer 3 first came out. Like once or twice maybe. That's it. But yeah, I haven't done it in like, yeah. Actually, no, it wasn't. Could he do it when he first came out? It was in a patch that they brought it out in or something. I kind of feel like I remember doing it, but I don't know, maybe I never did actually do it at all. Yeah, I'd like to maybe do it once. Astragoth. But yeah, I don't think it's a very good mechanic really. Like, do you know what I mean? Like the amount of effort that you have to go to get a lord converted, it's like not really that. Yeah, I feel like it's not like almost not worth it. You know, it's like it's not worth it. I don't know. It's just not very. Yeah. When the cheese is too hard. Well, the thing is, I don't think I think that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it is cheese. Like, I think like going out of your way to try to get if you're playing as Bellicor, I think going out of your way to try to convert a lord into a demon prince, the amount of effort it takes to do it, it's not really worth doing it. Like, you know what I mean? It's not really a do you know what I mean? That's like, it's not really a cheese. It's like, yeah, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's dubious whether it actually gives you an advantage or not, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Considering how many turns it takes to do it and shit. This is the old world mod, and yeah, it's fantastic. This is the old world mod by Chaos Robbie. We're playing on the big map at the moment, which has got so it's basically centered around the Empire, but you've also got Norska, Kislev, the Darklands for the Chaos Dwarfs, the Badlands, some of the Southlands, and it's also got the Chaos Realms around there as well. But yeah, this is one of the particular. If you want to play Chaos Dwarfs, particularly, it's really cool because you've got this huge Tsar Nagrand here. And so yeah, so this campaign was kind of all about building, taking over all of Tsar Nagrand and building it out as our little fortress and stuff, which is cool. But I don't know, it's because I've been a few days away and now I've got like other ideas of stuff I want to try out. So it's like my interest has waned a little bit. Alright, we're gonna take these guys out pretty soon. Chaos Robbie's very good. Yeah, the artwork he does on the map is really cool.
Shar un kuz Gromadrasul.
Zeech War Shrines are not very accessible when you play as Chaos Warriors. I don't know if they are when you play as Zeech, but when you play as Chaos Warriors, Zeech War Shrines are not very accessible. Like, you don't have any in your armies generally. You can, I mean, you can put a sorcerer in your army, but then you kind of want your sorcerers to be stealing technology as well. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying you can't get them, but I'm saying you're not going to have like shitloads of them all the time. Do war shrines give you I don't know if we can even find them. I don't know if they're on the roster. Where are they on the roster, actually? Oh, here we go. Alright, Chaos War Shrine of Slaanesh. Of Zeech, sorry. Blah, blah, yeah. So they go up to 30%, so they don't go up to 100%. I don't know. It says they go up to 30% on the skill tree, so I don't know what you're getting it from there, but yeah. So if you had two of them in your army plus the Lord, then that would be 30% each. But then you need to have another they don't. It's not like it doesn't stack like yeah. So yeah, so if you had three of them, then you'd have 190%, yeah. But I'm saying you can only have one army that has that. Until you get much later in the game, and then you can maybe get a second one, and then maybe get a third one, and maybe get a fourth one. But I'm saying with Cathay, you would have like much more spell intensity. Anyway, we're arguing about, I don't know what we're arguing about here. You don't want to do it. I do want to do it. That's basically it, really. So basically, I'm just saying you have more spell intensity with Cathay. You're agreeing that you would have more, but you don't care. Basically, is where we're at. You're agreeing that you would have more, but you're saying it's irrelevant and you don't care. So yeah, that's fair. We'll have to agree to disagree. You don't like to have Hobgoblin Cutthroats. I think they're decent for their tier. Yeah, they're fine. Nothing wrong with Hobgoblin melee. Good to get a full. How many slaves have we got? But yeah, it's excuse me, it's kind of like also like it's I guess the spell intensity is just kind of like the hook, you know, like the reason to do it kind of thing. But the other thing about it is like having Cathay vassals alongside Chaos Warriors is kind of like a cool trip, you know. There'd be a different campaign. It would be good to get that maybe. We got our hero capacity for Torox. Oh yeah, Lord Recruit rank. Actually, it's only 2 points. We grab that as soon as we can. I have had a stack of spiders eat up Chosen of Nurgle and still have 70% hit points left. You playing a Stankia's poison spiders? Aislinn is a high elf lord. He's a high elf sea lord. All right, let's see if we can fix our economy. Alright, we're not going to go broke for another turn at least. Excuse me. This is the leading scientist of the Warhammer 3 department. Oh dear. So, we've got 29% in favor of village spell intensity and 41% in favor of Arbal Khorne. Got no one in favor of Aislinn, no confederation. I wonder if it was like, yeah, see, if I had made it Aislinn as fastest confederations, then I reckon it would have been like more people would have been into it. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Like, I have this theory that, you know, one of the things that makes our Aislinn campaign is not so good is because of the confederation system. But that's probably not the feedback that Creative Assembly get, because everyone's like, how do I confederate everybody as Aislinn and shit? But yeah, I don't know. Still got 2 turns left, so I may as well leave it like that. Alright, I think we're good. Oh, what are these guys doing? Oh, he's just getting ready to go down here, maybe. Excuse me, how many votes have we got? We got 17 votes. I guess 17 votes is a pretty significant... Is that enough to... Is that enough to... We got 1 vote for to Arbal from Twitch. Thanks to whoever that was that voted on Twitch. We don't usually get many people on Twitch voting. Is Arbal the fan favorite for Khorne? I don't know. I mean, Arbal's my favorite character because I don't really like demonic characters that much. So Arbal's my favorite character. My second favorite is Scarbrand, because he's just a beast, like a force of nature, just going around smashing things. I don't like Skulltaker. I feel like Skulltaker's like the nerd of Khorne, you know. Yeah. Just like, I'm not talking about their mechanics, or just their like, just the actual character themselves. So yeah, it's not so much like Arbal's the best, it's just more like I want Arbal to be the best because I think he's the coolest. Oh, here we go. We've been attacked. I voted for the village, but Zal and Arbal are also good campaigns. Yeah, nice. But yeah, it's not really about mechanics, because like if it was mechanics, then I wish that Khorne basically just didn't have any of their mechanics and they basically played like Valkyr. Hey, we got tier 2 of our Tower of Zara unlocked. Bearsenlings confederated the Schwarzwolf. That's kind of... Well, actually, I think both of them hated us because I've attacked both of them. Okay, let's see. So this army was going to go down and try and secure this, because I figured if we secure that, then we've got this big area where we don't have to worry about anyone attacking our core settlements. We can see them coming, you know. But yeah, now we're at war with these guys, so we're gonna have to pull this army back to defend. Even though they were taking attrition, they didn't take attrition last turn. We didn't run out of money, so we're still good. Arbal is fun to build into one-man doomsday. Yeah, he's got this infinite use ability that just blasts infantry. So yeah, if you make him tough enough, then he can just keep smashing stuff infinitely, basically. Pretty cool. I do like Skulltag's mechanic. In essence, basically the more you kill, the more unkillable you become in the name of the Blood God. Yeah, it's a cool concept, yeah.
Dark Seal.
How much movement we got? 47%. Yeah, okay, so we can take this and then we'll sack it. And then we can still steal technology from it as well. This has only got 2 turns left, so nice. And then I'm just going to take it as a towered level 1. Don't want to invest in it too much because it's outside of our walls of sacred Zarnagrand. I might just respec him out and replace him with whoever, doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my fantasy for Khorne would be if you could start off as like a human mortal and then slowly devote yourself to Khorne and get more and more like chaos mutations and gifts and stuff, and it'd be kind of different every time. And yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, so I guess I'm whatever's the closest to that. So Baal is like immortal, so he's kind of the closest to my fantasy Khorne campaign, I suppose. But yeah, it's really hard for me to be objective because it's like with Khorne, for example, like probably all the Khorne campaigns are fine. They're all probably really good campaigns, but just because I've got a specific Khorne campaign, you know, that I fantasize about playing, that I wish that it was like, and because so that's what I kind of compare it against, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I wish I could play the campaign. I want to play with Khorne, but I can't do it with any of these Khorne factions because they've all got all this other crazy shit going on. But yeah, but I guess, I don't know, maybe that's just a me thing. Like, you know, I don't really like to, yeah, like I always like to kind of play my own kind of campaign, and I don't necessarily really want to just enjoy, you know, what's been provided for me, if you know what I mean. Alright, so we're gonna smash these guys. Just make sure they're not allied with anybody. I'm gonna make them break their non-aggression pact and their military access. So that means the servants of the Conclave should not like them. And then we're gonna go to war with them. We'll replace them and take them out. You're just running around wreaking havoc with no regards to newest thought, yeah. I mean, I do like to power game as well. I guess it's like a two-stage process for me. It's like, first of all, I want to play a campaign and I want to power game it. You know, I want to just be as powerful as I can and smash it as hard as I can. And then I'll be like, all right, well, that was boring. It's boring now because, you know, it's too easy or whatever. And then and then then there's like the roleplay phase where it's like, okay, now I know how to exploit everything to be really powerful. So now I want to play. Now I want to. Now I want to use that knowledge that I have of how to power game it, but not power game it now. You know, like use that. Yeah, you want to you want to be really good at the game and know the faction really well, so you can play it really well, and then use that to like play your own wacky versions of the campaign where you don't optimize and you do something else that's fun instead. But you know you kind of get the satisfaction of that. You know, you can do that because you have that knowledge of the game, you know? So you still kind of have that power gaming feeling, but you're like but you don't win so fast, you know? Yeah, most of these in here probably want to be... Probably want to be factories eventually, but... I always just if I'm not sure, I just do everything as outpost by default. What's the die do again? Oh, it's gold, yeah. I think your stuff that increases gold only increases... So there's materials there. It's iron there. So yeah, so this wants to be a factory area, basically. So we should probably change that to a factory as well. And yeah, this one wants to be a factory area to enhance that as well. Potteries, construction, local province. But there's nothing in that province that needs to be constructed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Salt, don't care about. Materials up here. Oh yeah, we can take them out. Especially when you do it with others and revel in a joint effort towards RPing. Yeah, yeah, that was definitely one of my most fun things in Rome 2, playing co-op campaigns and trying to create a dual empire with 2 players, and having like your shared sort of roleplay vision of how you want the campaign to be and stuff. I wonder if this guy's going to declare war on me at some point. I mean, I guess he's not going to because we've got agreements. The spotlight campaign tower decorations are pretty cool. What do you mean? You mean the actual towers, or you mean? I mean, this all looks really cool. There's like smokestack and little like mechanical doodads. Pretty sweet. There's like towers with chains doing something here. Yeah, it's a pretty glorious map. The ones with the moving lights. Yeah, I don't know, I can't see. Oh, these tower ones. No, I don't know if they're moving, but they look cool. There's little spotlights heading into these little caverns. Pretty cool. Love the train lines and seeing the trains move along them. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all like, it's fucking such a cool map. Alright, maybe we'll do one more poll. We'll do it between Village, Arbal, and keep playing this campaign and see what happens. I'm not necessarily going to follow what the poll says, but I'm interested to see what it is that it does say anyway. Alright, I'm not going to bother putting the poll up on Twitch because no one votes on Twitch anyway. But one person on Twitch voted for Arbal, so I'll consider that to carry over. Yeah, I don't think I want to steal any more technology out that way. How many turns? We've got 2 turns. Fuck, I don't really have 2 turns. We get here probably. Iceland is a British admiral without gunpowder units. Prove me wrong. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to do with the Iceland campaign. Yeah, I want to try and do like a Iceland, I don't know, sports thing. Oh yeah, you can only give the settlements to the major factions as well. It's sort of a bummer, isn't it? It'd be cool if you could give them to the other factions too. Do you know the difference between traits? One saying Lord's Army, the other saying Own Army? Hey, yeah. So Lord's Army only works if the character that has that trait is a Lord. Own Army works if on a hero if they're in an army. So if you have a hero that has a trait that says Lord's Army, it won't do anything. Whereas if you have a hero that says Own Army, then that'll work. If you have a Lord that says Own Army, that'll work also. Might interest you that Iceland's faction can get the most amount of recruited allied units in a single army. He can get 12, I believe. I thought it was 11, but yeah, I'm aware. Maybe you told me that already. Isn't it 4 plus 1 from tech plus 6 from the dragons? So 6, 7. Oh, wait up. Oh, that's 13. No, that can't be right. No, wait up. Yeah, 6 plus 4 is 10 plus 1 from tech. Yeah, I think it's 11, isn't it? We got any more battles to do this time? We might be going to go broke again. Anything can be right if we're bad enough at maths. That's right. Wraith, Redpath, the Despised. This guy's going to try and find us Tamakan so that we can vassalize his troops. Imminent rebellion here. Yeah, that's cool. We've got a good army here to defend against, so it's alright. Low funds, yeah. Alright, we need some cash. Yeah, we need some good field battles so we can get a heap of Yeah, no worries, man. Welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions, they're welcome to ask. I like questions, especially kind of newer player questions, because I forget to talk about that stuff a lot of the time. Oh, Arbal and Village are tied, dead tied. Continue with Astragoth is in the lead. Oh, I've only got 7 votes there yet, so that's so far anyway. We'll let it play out for a bit longer. We'll do the battles so that we can move forward at the same pace, so we don't lose any time. Yeah, usually if there's anything that makes it faster, I'll usually take it. If it's not faster, then I won't, because I only do these mostly at the start in order to get the legendary items that you get at the end of the thing. I don't really care about the actual conversion. Like basically, when you send a convoy, you give them gold armaments or it's basically just always gold or armaments, isn't it? And then in return, you either get slaves, materials, or gold, maybe. But yeah, but I mean, later on, maybe I might do that intentionally for the actual trade. But at the start, I'm mainly just trying to get the legendary items as fast as I can. So that's all I really care about. Sometimes when you fight these ambushes, you can get a lot of slaves out of them. This one's not very good though, because it's only got 2 units of infantry. So there's 160, so there's 320 infantry that we could potentially enslave. These guys, they're really small, and they're small unit size, and they're fast. So we're not going to get much out of that. I was trying to do an evil Kostalton campaign, but all the evil factions declared war on me before I could make friends, and now I'm at war with order and chaos. Nice. I feel like if you're going to do an evil campaign, you need to pick a faction. Like, if you're going to be Kostalton, then you'd have to be allied with, like, Azazel. Be like Kostalton, Slanesh Kostalton. Because you could probably just immediately give all your territory to Azazel and make allies with him straight away. But yeah, you can't be friends with everybody. And why would you want to? Actually, I don't know why I did that. As a sealer, I'd assumed having arrived on the ocean things. He's a ship's captain. Aeson's a ship's captain. He's like Russell Crowe from Master and Commander. He's not a fucking sea elemental riding fucking elf nature lord or some shit. He's a badass killer of men. He's out here keelhauling people. They rampaged. Alright, shoot the fuck out of him. Because he's tall, I'm hoping that they can, yeah, there's a little bit of friendly fire happening, but not too much. Mostly they're hitting him. He dead. That's the slaves there. Yeah, those ones got away. I'll prove myself worthy by defeating Arbal and go full corn. Did you want to be allied with Khorne instead of Azazel? Does the mod add more trade routes? Yeah, it does. Yeah, if you mean convoy routes, then yeah, the mod adds new convoys. I think they have the same rewards as the old one. Like I think there's the same number of them. It's just the ones that don't, the ones that like are off the map, because there's some that are too far away. They don't fit on the map, kind of thing. Like the ones in Nagaroth and Southlands and stuff like that. So yeah, so they kind of moved them to different settlements, but I think they have the same rewards. Don't really like Warriors of Chaos much because their outpost system. I like Warriors of Chaos because of their outpost system, because all you have to do is upgrade their outpost system and all of a sudden you get chosen in Chaos Knights, which is like the coolest, some of their coolest stuff. Well, I mean, some of their coolest stuff aesthetically, not their coolest stuff mechanically. I guess there's way cooler stuff mechanically that you could get. But it's like with the other, I find with the other factions, you have to wait for them to hopefully build the right building to get the right unit that you want. Whereas Warriors of Chaos, you only have a selection of like 5 units, but you know you can guaranteed get unlimited numbers of them. So all you have to do is build the settlement up. So yeah, so I feel like Warriors of Chaos are kind of cool. They're boring units with no good variety. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. And you don't really need cavalry. You don't really need cavalry or heavy infantry as Kislev, I suppose. I like him for Chaos Dwarfs though, because yeah, I don't know, I just like the idea of having kind of mercenary slave soldiers that fight for you. All right, we didn't get bankruptcy attrition again, so that's good. Imagine how cool a 40k Chaos Marine warband would be, going around with your flagship, defiling lords and teleporting Chaos Terminators into enemy backlines mid-battle. Ah, fuck. Every time I think about 40k Total War, like my brain just gets like flooded with electrons and shit, and like I'm almost having an epileptic fit or something. It's like, fuck, it's gonna be so fucking sick. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Yeah, like fucking just yeah, I can't even talk about 40k Total War. It's just like whenever I think about it, it's just like too much fucking jizz. Like just yeah, I fucking love Space Marine Terminators. Just fucking having your Space Marine Terminators fucking walking around the battlefield, fucking assault cannon and shit. Fucking so good. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. Another thing I'm kind of scared of, but I'm kind of looking forward to as well, is that it's gonna be quite different. I think like the like 40k Total War is gonna be quite different. It seems quite different, you know. So I'm scared in a way that like maybe they're gonna like ruin the core Total War, you know, formula that we love so much. But then on the other hand, I'm like kind of excited to play a game that's gonna feel really different, you know, but still hopefully have the core Total War stuff that we love, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Total War's 40k is gonna be sick. Yeah, it seems like it's a lot smaller scale. Like it's sort of more like squad size rather than company size, like for your units. Especially since they've confirmed massive customization options. You can tailor every single Terminator. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be that. I don't know if it's that specific that you can tailor every single Terminator, is it? That'd be fucking cool if you could. Like if you could tailor like individual squad members, that'd be really cool. Alright, I'm gonna respec him again. Pretty sure one of the devs confirmed it during their roundtable 30K thing. I don't know. I don't remember it being like that. I remember him saying that you could configure stuff down to the fingers, different fingers or whatever on the things. I don't think they specifically said you could do it on individual guys though. But maybe I missed that part. But yeah. It'd be pretty fucking cool if you could. Yeah, I kind of hope that they do lean into that sort of tabletop level, customization level kind of stuff, because I feel like that is one of the core things that makes you, that you love so much about Warhammer, you know, like being able to customize your guys, like your squads and stuff, and have your own little story about your veteran units and everything. So that was one thing I was pretty disappointed about with this, that you couldn't do. They confirmed space battles. Yeah, that's right. They sure did. Yeah, not necessarily at launch, but at some point. Yeah. I think we need to start pumping our materials up pretty soon. But we need yeah, we need slaves. Oh, village spell intensity is winning now. Still only a small number of votes though. Keep it going for a while. That's fine. What are the odds that the space battles are like Gothic Armada 2? If you mean like on a two-dimensional map, I'd say 100%. I reckon they'll definitely do it on a two-dimensional map. But I mean, well, not 100%. I don't know. Like, I don't 100% actually know. But yeah, I would assume they would do it on a two-dimensional map. I just think it's just more understandable, you know. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Build a gold building. Oh, we'll probably build this building there. 100, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they'll 100% take inspiration from Battlefield Gothic, because, like, how could they not? You know what I mean? Like if you're going to build space battles for 40k and there's already a game that does space battles for 40k, like, do you know what I mean? Like, how could they not, like, research that, you know? So yeah, so I think they'll like 100% take inspiration from it. Whether or not they'll like copy a lot of it or not, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully he's not going to die. Oh, he's in foreign territory. Oh shit. Should have left him here. We kind of need to recruit.
Gorndok, Aksuardugal, Trajitu.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to recruit to take those guys out. I think Astragoth can take over these dwarfs. Would be the go. I'm not really sure about these vampires. I'm kind of just assuming that I'll smash them with my natural Chaos Dwarf, you know, superiority. But that might be a bit silly.
Skastal, or Anad Umanad Ringorak, Akso Ardugal, Engaris, Dabarardun, Idam Wolthrum.
Yeah, I hope that they make the I kind of hope they make the diplomacy a bit more I don't know. Yeah, I hope they make the diplomacy a bit more like roleplay related to the lore and stuff. Like, it'd be cool if you could do different types of diplomacy between Empire factions, but they don't always like each other, and maybe they're rivals, and maybe there's some, you know, like, oh man, oh, it's gonna be so cool. It'd be cool if there was like, you know, like Empire factions, like Space Marine factions, then Imperial Guard factions, but then there's also like, kind of like Imperial worlds that are not part of the Imperial Guard, but they have their own Imperial, they have their own planetary defense forces. Because like in 40k, like there'll be a world, Imperial world, right? If it's an Imperial world, it's got to have a governor. It's got to have an Imperial governor or someone who fills that role of Imperial governor, and they're the person who's responsible for sending the tithes back to the Imperium. Basically, like, so every Imperial world has to tithe money, food, war materials, soldiers, or something to the Imperium, depending on, you know, what it can provide or whatever. And the Imperial Governor's ultimate responsibility is to make sure that tithe goes back. Like, so he doesn't necessarily have to make the people happy or keep them all alive or fucking anything. His main core responsibility is making sure that the tithe gets paid to the Imperium, right? And the Planetary Governor has the Planetary Defense Force, which is basically like the army of that world. And then the Imperial Guard are totally separate, not related. They're not connected to the world. Like, the Imperial Guard are like part of the Imperial Command kind of thing. Like, they're not underneath the governor sort of thing. Well, I guess they could be seconded to whatever. Anyway, but yeah. So my point is like that the individual worlds would have their own armies, you know, and then if like a Chaos faction like infiltrated that world or whatever, then you could get a situation where the Planetary Defense Force turns into like Traitor Guard or Traitor soldiers or whatever, and you know, like, and you could have like, and then you could have like kind of like human pirate factions and human like outlaw kind of factions or whatever in little kind of like outskirt parts, and then you could have like trade kind of going on between the pirate factions and the Imperial factions and stuff like that, you know. But yeah, it's sort of weird though, because the Imperial Guard are going to be a faction in the game, but the Imperial Guard don't like own worlds, you know. As far as I know, the Imperial Guard can't own worlds. Yeah, this is the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Navy, and they're kind of separated in order to reduce the amount of power. Like, I think it's all kind of after the Horus Heresy, basically. They split all the big Space Marine legions that had like tens or hundreds of thousands of soldiers, split them all up into chapters of like 1,000 Space Marines. Some of them have got way more than that, but you know, whatever. So that no one chapter of Space Marines would be like too powerful. And they kind of did the same thing with the Imperial Army. So the Imperial Army is like, the Imperial Guard is the infantry, and then there's the Imperial Navy. And so the Imperial Guard can't really do anything without the Imperial Navy to be able to move them around. And the Imperial Navy can't really conquer planets without having any troops. So they're both, you know, it's kind of like a separation of powers thing. But my point is, like, in the Total War format, you know, it doesn't really make sense for the Imperial Guard to be going around owning planets and shit. So I don't know, I guess they're just gonna like hand wave that away. But yeah, I feel like it'd be way cooler if, well, I don't know if it'd be way cooler, but I feel it'd be cool if the planets had their own planetary defense force and that was a separate organization from the Imperial Guard, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, that was a little bit of a side thing. Hobgoblin superiority feels good. Sure do. Yeah, hobgoblins are pretty good. So, does anyone know where Tamakan is on this map? I'm guessing he's around here somewhere. I guess I'll just keep traveling until we find him. We're on a secret mission to find Tamakan so we can vassalize all of his heroes. All right. You can see Tamakan's spot in the Fog of War. It's a walled off plateau just north of you and just south of the gate to the Chaos Realm. Oh. Plateau? Like this thing? There's like a little hill here. Oh yeah, is this what you're talking about? This hill like right outside the gate? Oh shit, so we're ages away. But how, yeah, it's so cool these little features that you get, yeah. Thanks Anthony, appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. You can only have so many features, yeah. You can only have so many features in the game, and yeah, that's the thing. They have to ship it, and that's another reason why I'm kind of feeling like what Total War 40k like is not going to be that good when it first comes out, because it's not going to have enough. It's not going to have enough content. It's not going to have all the features that you want. You know what I mean? Like, but that's why I'm sort of hoping they do the same thing they did with Warhammer, where they bring out like Total War 40k, then the Total War 40k 2 and Total War 40k 3, and each time they add new mechanics. So like it'd be really good so that Total War 40k 2 would bring out like the ships and stuff, or maybe you call it, maybe don't call it 2, call it an expansion or something, but that adds the naval combat or whatever. And yeah, like, and maybe brings in a couple of other new mechanics as well. Yeah, well, I kind of want that. How much is that? It's 3 turns. It's only 3 turns away. Yeah, all right, grab that.
Endrin Kuli Skunda.
But yeah, I'm just trying to basically establish our area, and then we're gonna get and then we can get our materials going, and then get our armaments going. Why don't you level you guys up, saving points? Oh no, just not bothering. Don't need to. Like, they only need to level them up before they fight a battle. The only thing that really affects them is the first point in blue line, which gives them extra campaign movement range, and the first point in red line that gives experience to the troops that are in their army, which is not that important. But yeah, as long as they've got those 2 points, so as long as they're at least level 4, I don't really need to level them up all constantly. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll level them up if they I'll level them up before they fight. Just a convenience thing. It's not like not a power gaming thing or anything. Have you played Manowar Corsair? No.
Off Krumkor, Elgram.
Fuck, he's got a full stack. What is that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Might see if we can ambush that. Or we might be able to... We might be able to force march. How much health we got here? Oh no, we can't make it. Alright, let's oh, this guy's gonna... How far away from this guy do you reckon we have to be? Ah, fuck it. I might just force march for glory.
Ula af makas. Wadel ekwazak. Dumlet.
Chad Space Marines versus Virgin Medieval Halberdiers fighting for the Pope. What? That's one cool thing about Arbal. His warriors are basically Space Marines. Chaos Warriors are so hot, especially Khorne Chaos Warriors. It's like, fuck yeah.
Asumor angas lock. Gumleth.
I don't think this guy's going to have anything else. I don't think he's going to have any more juice. Yeah, so as long as he's got like this force marcher using the movement range, if he has any troops, then you want to give him that one so that he's constantly giving him passive XP per turn. But yeah, doesn't really matter too much about the rest. At the moment. Well, actually, so this guy might attack us over the end turn, so I guess, you know, it'd be good to have these guys leveled up just in case he attacks us, but there's no real skills we need on this guy anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah. Just a comparison between Warhammer and Total War historical title, yeah. Nice. Alright, okay, so we're going to try to get him through here so we can take out the dwarfs. I'm thinking of just staying friends with Zartan, just because then I can let him pay his materials to upgrade all of his stuff. If I've finished upgrading all my stuff and I've got extra materials, then, you know, then I can look at taking out his stuff. But yeah, I think we're fine at the moment. What happened over here? Did they not fall for my ambush at all? No.
Never.
Is a rink.
Yeah, we're a bit broke at the moment. Hey, we can always do some shenanigans with Null and Ironsides of Space Marines. Yeah, for sure. And the Null and Ironside Grenadiers on horseback, they're like Raven Wing or something. Raven Wing with multi-melters. Yeah, I don't think sacrificing the slaves is going to get us much this time around.
By my black, you would be wise to give me absolute loyalty.
I can sell them Chernozovs, whatever.
Any further dealing we have must lead to bloodshed. We have an accord. You would be wise to give me absolute loyalty.
Yeah, let me trade it back again.
Cease your practice.
So we lost a barracks that cost 750, but we got like 2,300 gold out of it. Yeah, it kind of broke, eh? I need like 900 gold. We can just ask these guys for some money, maybe. I'm not sure if they'll do it because I just already did nah, because I already did diplomacy this turn. I don't think they'll. I don't know if these guys will do something.
Hear whispers from the void. They bid me welcome you.
So just do some
It will be done.
some tax on our friends here.
Randal! Damazu daquaz vatograt surugazal!
The mod still requires you to confederate through the Tower of Zion. Yeah, the mod doesn't change anything about the game. It's just a different map. The game, so all the game rules are the same as normal. Although there is another mod called Mod Configuration Tool, which is kind of integrated into it, which allows you to change some extra stuff about where factions are placed on the map and stuff, and you can change the AI aggressiveness and stuff like that. But I've just got it on default.
Farewell!
So it's just basically just completely vanilla, except we're playing on old world mod. Old world map. Yeah, it's just like it's basically if you want a bigger, slower campaign, basically, then this is the map for you. If you want a like fast moving, normal campaign where you can take out enemies and stuff, then this is not the map for you. Yeah, if you're trying to like collect enemy lord defeat traits or something, then it's not. It's going to take you like 3 times as long because everything's spread out more.
Apagruni ud arbudraj.
Wow, check these guys out. They've got so much money that it goes up in steps of 1,000. Ugh, how close did I make it? Ah, oh, so close. Just need another 200 and something gold. Alright, well, we can always just, we can just sell some items or whatever. Don't really have any good ancillaries to sell. How much is this? 250? Is that enough? Kind of. Get into someone's war. Yeah, we could sell a war to somebody maybe. Oh, they almost want to go to war with the dwarfs. That's pretty good. Who are they at war with? The Iron Skins. Who the fuck are the Iron Skins? Some minor faction of ogres, and they won't even let me join their war. Who's he at war with? Teclis. Oh, Aislinn. All right, fuck it.
Ekwazok a watok zishafpin.
To war.
Antroga.
Right, we're at war with the High Elf Sea Patrol now. All right, well that'll keep us safe. Yeah, so we've got a thing where we can't do diplomacy with good factions, which I think I've mostly stuck to so far.
I am an army.
I'd love to get Arbal as a vassal as well, as a not a vassal, but as a.
I find this game of give and take a petty occupation. This for the.
Okay, interesting. Those guys are your buddies playing as Noctilus. Yeah, nice. Perfect 10,000 gold. Oh yeah, it's exactly 10,000. That's pretty cool. Okay, yeah, I'll get this guy to join Astragoth. He can be his assistant lord, so we can take over these guys faster. I also need to start recruiting a raiding army here.
I'm down no grutash and good. Grutash na shoot. Victoria.
Alright, we're getting closer.
Is udiol feyus. Is grungron.
Alright, see what happens. Oh shit, I didn't move far enough. Dead heat between Village and Arbal. I'm a bit nervous about the Arbal one because I've been wanting to play this Arbal campaign for a while, but I don't really know. Like I've played Arbal very little. I've played Arbal very few times. Like I've done very little experience playing Arbal basically. I just played two Arbal campaigns like when he first sort of came out. He was just like seemed super overpowered both times, and I just kind of lost interest and never really played him again. And yeah, I think I did try and start one time, or maybe I just didn't actually start it, I just checked it out. But yeah. But yeah, I would like to do an Arbal campaign and vassalize Astragoth and then build like an empire where Arbal controls the empire, Astragoth controls the Darklands, and then, you know, we kind of, it's similar to this campaign, I guess, where you have like big fortress in the middle, and then you kind of around, you have the war with everybody else. We could potentially get a decent number of slaves out of this, I reckon. The only problem is dealing with the Vargulf might be a bit hard because we have to shoot him. Shooting him is not too hard, but you know, while he's wrecking all of our archers, we're like shooting our own guys and stuff. Nah, that's all right. Quick game's a good game. Yeah, so you only get 22 labor. It's pretty lame. Whereas that would have been a potential to get some decent slaves out of that, but yeah. Crazy how early they get to the access some units. You get to their fun stuff pretty quick. Are you talking about allied Chaos Dwarfs, or are you talking about Arbal? Because yeah, flying Chaos Dwarfs quite often don't get any of their fun units for ages, and so it's not that much fun being allied with them. But yeah, I was sort of thinking if I play as Village or Arbal, I'll probably oh, Arbal gets to some fun units, pretty cool. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, if I play as Arbal or Village, maybe I'll like try to leave my Chaos Dwarf guy alone and let him kind of build up a bit first, and then vassalize him, so it doesn't get, like, if I'm playing as Village, say, instead of vassalizing Zatan super early, I'll just ignore him for a while, and then once he's ready, once he's built some cool stuff, then I'll try to like take over all these settlements except for the one that has the cool stuff in it, so that I can still actually use it. Okay, he's... Ah, fuck.
Wind Wielder.
Hashut Zibartu! Hashut Renkidren!
If we can get them to yeah, we can get him to come out after him, we could get a few slaves. That'd be good.
Shoot! Shoot!
This collect will be turned tier 5 next turn for Astragoth on turn 34. Yeah, so normally, like, if I was playing Arbal, I'd probably just go and like try and vassalize, try and smash Astragoth and vassalize him. Oh no, you can't do subjugation with Khorne, can you? Yeah, so with Khorne it's alright because you're just going to region trade it anyway. But with Village, because you have to subjugate, or you're probably going to subjugate, yeah, it's better to wait. Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking of kind of like yeah, I don't really play Arbal. I was thinking of like Archaon or whatever.
Subjugitash! Abgrundi! Ida Hashudula Hasharak! Rik! Gazaduk! Hashut Rink Drin! Awanrag! Demnin Makas! Suru Garas! Dakata Elgla! Shar Unkuz!
Yeah, so probably start with this one.
Izan Hashutanuku! Osturkas Erpetu Unshar! Anfa Agrimazul! Zishorim! Ara! Unta Bezek Angfa!
Got one more vote for Arbal, the Emperor.
Orana! Stroll Hari! Draj Dabaraku! Or Anad Umanad Ringorak! Konkrama Grimazu! Etar! Utu Fakroms! Rik! Afula Dokta Aftramas! Ardugaltok! Asumor Angas Lok! Udiol Vengrin! Ha! Equazok. Gromadrazul. Gruntagrom. Up.
All right. Yeah, I might need another assistant lord over here, I guess. Wait in there. Alright, I need to steal some more technology. Cool. Wounded. No technology stealing over here. Hey, Tamakan. We have encountered him.
They say I should peer down my gullet and see me truly.
Yeah, I was hoping I could convince him to go to war with somebody that we're already beating up so that we can get some more positive relations with him, but yeah, no. He's not into it. Yeah, he's not at war with anybody. It'd be funny if he went to war with me, even though I'm super far away. We can maybe find a faction that he doesn't like and then do agent actions against them. That might do something. Alright, we're still in the game. Coxigors are Space Marines. Yeah, Coxigors are space. Those, what are those special ones that have the golden bracelet type things? They're kind of like crocodile Space Marines.
Stroll, hurry! Dalf unpar! Orsepu argu! Zeta throg!
Yeah, we'll get our what do you call it? Oh, he could have probably stolen some technology there. Yeah, we'll get our raiding farm going on Zarnagrund. Sacred type. Today I saw a movie, Iron Within. There was an Iron Warrior captain in Terminator armor. He just smashed a Drukhari Archon with his power fists. Nice. Iron Within, Iron Without. Oh nice, our vassals are going to come and defend us so we don't have to worry about the pissant little army. Yeah, I think it's Storm of Iron, one of the Iron Warriors books, there's this part where this Iron Warrior's Terminator captain, well he's a lord I guess, is he a lord or a captain? I can't remember, anyway, whatever. There's these like Terminators and they're going up against Nurgle I think, and they're in these like underwater sewer cavern type things where there's like water up to like chest deep I think, and it's all just filled with like putrid like toxic Nurgle filth kind of stuff that's just so powerful that it like basically penetrates their penetrates their armor and stuff almost or whatever, even though they're in Terminator armor. I think he's got no helmet on anyway, so he's like blinded and he's blinded by all like the toxic fucking Nurgle sludge and shit, and then he gets attacked by these cultists. So it was like years ago. I can't even remember exactly what factions was he's fighting or whatever. Anyway, and yeah, basically, I think all of the other guys die except for this one dude, and he's just fighting by sound. He can just, as he hears them coming, he's just like smashing them with his power fists, and he just basically just kills like hundreds of dudes with his power fists, just in the dark, totally blind in these tunnels, just filled with like toxic effluent and shit. And then he just smashes his way through all these guys, just endlessly, just, you know, exploding people in Ica and shit. And then eventually he hears like powered armor and stuff, and then he hears that the call, you know, iron within, and he replies, iron without. It's like found his brothers. That's pretty cool. Sorry, I told that story way shitter than Graham McNeil told it originally. Pretty cool book, Storm of Iron. Storm of Iron was the book that actually turned me onto Chaos Warriors originally. I never really liked Chaos Warriors before I read that book. There's another part where Honsu, they're charging up, the Iron Warriors are trying to advance up this hill into a, like, it's just like a scene designed to show the superiority of the Space Marines, basically. And basically they're attacking this, a hill where the enemy is entrenched. They have the high ground. They have, like, you know, they're all in trenches and shit, shooting down from a prepared position. And the Chaos Space Marines advance, like, up the hill and take them out in their you know, entrenched position. And yeah, there's a part where Honsu is just like charging through the Imperial Guard, just fucking smashing people, just ripping dudes apart. He picks up one Imperial Guardsman and just tears the guy apart above his head so that, like, blood all, like, showers down all over his face like rain. And the effect that it has on all of the other Imperial Guard around him is that it creates a strong psychic disinclination for them to attack him. And they just all fucking wilt in terror. But yeah, it was kind of like when I first, like, thought, yeah, Iron Warriors are fucking cool and Chaos Warriors are pretty cool. Being blind is an issue, not so much if you're unstoppable. Yeah, I think he was, like, pretty much nearly unstoppable. Like, I think he got a fair few wounds and stuff. But yeah. I think there was some sense that he could lose if he eventually gets taken down and just wanders, because he couldn't find his way out, right? He's just like wandering randomly through these endless catacombs, you know, just fighting like unlimited numbers of chaos filth. So I think there was the thought was that he would just be in there forever and he would never escape, kind of thing. But no, he got out eventually. I'm not sure if I want to be allies with them or not. Maybe I do. So yeah, I'm gonna start a new campaign at some point, maybe in the next couple of hours. Maybe I'm gonna do another stream later on today, like in like probably like 12 hours from now or something. So yeah, maybe I'll wait till the second one, or maybe I'll start a new campaign earlier. Not decided yet. All right, if he occupies that, that'll be good because then we can kill him. Oh wait, where is that? Is that down south? I thought that was Steel Fang Holds that he just took, but clearly it was not. Fall into my trap. All right, yeah, I might fight this one so we can get some captives. I think this each faction starts with tier 4 settlement, might have early access to some good units to borrow. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with them. I clocked them earlier and I'm not declaring war on them, but I haven't like allied with them either. I'm not sure if I can protect them or not. Like, they're kind of at the edge of, you know, I suppose I could give them, actually, yeah, maybe I could make them my southern, so that I don't have to look after those shitty territories, those huge zones. Give them to him. I think he's protected from invasion from the west, from mountains, so they'd have to kind of come around. And then if he had a few minor settlements that were weaker, that would probably protect his capital. They would there would be a nice complement to my my Khorne mercenaries. I still haven't actually recruited any Khorne units, so I should probably get onto that. I haven't really had any money to do it. Assuming we get some terror happening in here. There's terror there, terror there. Come on, terror, terror. Terror, beautiful.
Hobgoblin nu liv strakagar. Hobgoblin ori.
Gomdog! Bill Glofty!
Try and capture these.
What's up? Boys up, crew!
Krunazuna Gormanuntu! Strungan Drang!
Trying to get as many slaves as we can with this, but it's a bit don't know if we're gonna get much more out of it. We can get a second battle next turn. Oh no, they're probably gonna be back inside the garrison next turn, so we won't get shit. Ah, missed. All right, that's about it. I like them as an ally because they make a huge, they make that huge region nearby covered in Zeech corruption, makes it hard for enemies to get there and causes it reliability. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'll take that huge area and the other one on the other side as well, and just that whole southern like part, and Zatan's eventually Zatan's territory you can give to him as well, potentially. But yeah, those two big zones, yeah, that I don't really want them because they're annoying. But I don't know. I'm just not sure if he'll survive long enough for me to set it up. Slaves of the Black Dwarf. He's not black. It's cultural appropriation. Sure. Yeah, I think I want to play next campaign vanilla because I'm just this loading back out from the battles takes a little bit too long on this one. I think it's a bit faster on vanilla. 1146, yeah, so we got 573 captives. That's like that's 6,000 gold worth of captives just that we got out of that battle. That's what I mean. Like, see, Chaos Dwarfs, you think that you actually make a lot of money from battles, but you actually make fuck all. So we only got 410 gold from that, and if we took all the money from the slaves, we get 960. So 1,200 is pretty. It's like, it's not bad, I guess, for that little crappy battle like that. But you know, you get a lot more if you're Chaos Warriors. But that's the thing, for them, for strict money, no. But if you concentrate on getting captives and you get a lot of captives and you sell them, they're worth shitloads. So 6,000 gold from that battle is probably more than Chaos Warriors would even get. Okay, so they're going to underway out. Pyrrhic Victory. I won't take the Pyrrhic Victory, but I might just fight it. Because I reckon we can win. If we fight it, and they'll get wiped out anyway. So the same objective will be achieved. So yeah, so with the vote, I'm still continuing with Astragoth, obviously. So, but yeah, so what I'm trying to say. So if you vote for continue with Astragoth, it's sort of a gradient thing, because like I'm not gonna end this campaign immediately, so I'm gonna continue with him somewhat, but I'm not gonna play Astragoth forever. So you know what I mean. So we're definitely going to play one of those other two campaigns eventually, but I put the continue with Astragoth option as well, so see how many, you know. Whether, if lots of people want me to continue with this one, then I'll play it a bit longer, you know. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. It's like, yep, lots of people want to still see more of this, so I'll play it a bit longer. But we are going to end this at some point. Probably so, fairly soon. And at the moment it's looking like Astragoth. I mean, it's looking like Arbal the Emperor. It's going to be the new campaign. Yeah, I don't know. This battle might be a bit rough, actually. It's where like rebel farms, you go into deficit, we get such a looter shooty. Yeah, I want to try and play around with the rebel farms, because normally I do the sack cities, but yeah, if you've what am I trying to say? You've converted to the rebel farms, so there must be something in it. Yeah, so you reckon rebel farms are 100% better than sack cities? And oh yeah, and with the rebel farms, you auto resolve them, yeah? Do you just put some hobgoblin wolf riders in there or something to make sure you get some slaves? Oh, you're talking about manual battles? Fighting the battles manually. And which ones were you using for your rebel farms? The ones inside the walls of Zarnagrand? Like the ones around the outside edge? Yeah, I don't know if we're going to win this, actually. This actually looks pretty bad. So if I can route the front line and they route back into the guns, so the guns can't shoot, then that would be, you know, that would be pretty ideal. Yeah, I need to gun these fuckers down quick.
What? Demlet break! Slag the gates! Drap break! Ola break! All's
Right, this isn't going to do much damage, but the burnt will lower their leadership. We might be able to get them to rout. If it even hits them. Yeah, got him.
Vakarzia Thalmansi! Rikazen! Grondon Isudem! Abdemu! Alskaladuras!
Okay, they're going to shut them down. Beautiful.
Buy that through! A great force!
Jangum! How far away? Napudaku Haras! Asku Ulawaku! Shar Unazan! Oti to Wangragdak!
Hobgoblin Akasas! What's up? Hobgoblin! What's up, Master? Well done! Demlet pale dishman!
Anum Kule! Sarku Babashara! Aprovis Ars!
I'm going to try and kill this guy. We can.
Ari Sartu! Napudatu Haras! Got water!
I'm going to get him close range so that when he, before he routes, we'll be able to...
Chisudam! Drashkazan Wakus! Itezus! Drafjan! Dragomitai! Sakton Serpu! Khasut Kara!
Oh! Oh, hit my own guys. It's alright.
Sartu Babashara! Kauman Sianun Tu!
Yeah, get the gold from this guy as well. Blam! Nice. Alright, that's pretty good. Having fun with it. Yeah, no, I love getting captives, and I hate factions where you have a shit captive mechanic or where it's not satisfying. That's one thing I hate about Nurgle. I actually provide that feedback again for the like, second or third time to Creative Assembly that the Nurgle, because with Nurgle you get 1 infection for every 4 captives, which is fine, but it's capped at 100. So that means that if the enemy faction has more than 400 units in it, so basically every single battle you go over cap, you know what I mean? Like if you're trying to get captives to get infections, you go over cap every single time. And so yeah, so I was saying like having one infection for every 4 captives, I mean capped at 100 feels really shit, because as a player, if you do a really shit job and you get like 350 captives, you pretty much nearly capped it. If you do an excellent job of getting captives and you capture 3,800 captives, then you still get fucking 100 infections. So it feels really shit. It's a really shit feeling mechanic. The captive mechanic for Nurgle feels really bad. Whereas if they just changed it so that instead of being 1 infection for every 4 captives, it was 1 infection for every 8 captives, or 1 infection for every only 12 captives or something like that, so you had to get way more captives to get the same amount of infections, but remove the cap, then all of a sudden it would feel really good, because then you pull off this epic, like if it was 1 for every 8 and you pull off this epic battle where you get 2,000 captives, then you get like slightly more infections, you know, and it would feel good. Whereas, yeah, only getting 100 when you've gotten massive captives feels bad. Like, don't even make, like, why bother even making a captive mechanic? Just make it like you get 100 from a good battle or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like making it a gradient based on how many captives, but being capped at so low at 100. It's like, what's the fucking point? You know? I remember doing it, waiting a long time for a lord to convert, and he died immediately. Are you talking about, you might be a bit behind on the stream, Kevin, you might want to refresh, but yeah, you're talking about Bellacor's mechanic where he converts lords. Yeah, I just feel like it's not very, yeah, I feel like it's, yeah, that's it. I feel like it's meant, it sounds like it's a really cool thing, but it's just not really that cool because it takes so long and so much fucking around to do it. And yeah. But yeah, I can't even remember if I've even actually done it at all. That's how uninterested I was in it. But yeah. But if anyone can tell me anything, any pro, like if anyone's played a Be'lakor campaign and they've gotten a lot of fun and enjoyment or felt really cool when they converted lords to become Be'lakor's demon princes, then like tell me about it, because I'm interested. But yeah, my current evaluation is it's not very cool. But you know, I'd love to have my mind changed. Well, maybe we should do Republic of Arbal. So Arbal, but heavy infantry only, no monstrous units, no flying mounts, and then have to use you know, like over the Chaos Dwarfs. I know it might not be as fun with Arbal, but you know, the Chaos Dwarf campaign where we do like heavy infantry only, and everything else has to be vassals. 191 labor, that's not too bad for a little fight. So basically Chaos Warriors and Chosen and stuff, they're like the Imperial Legionaries, and all your like cavalry and everything has to be oh, I guess you could have cavalry, but yeah, you couldn't have any monstrous units or archers. All that stuff has to be vassals. Yeah, I don't know. Nah, I think I want to play vanilla Arbal because yeah, I want to try and give it a chance with the new mechanics. I've converted like 2 or 3. It's fun when a Man of the Empire becomes a Demon Prince. It's what do you think? How would you describe like what's fun about it? Just the fact, just the idea of it, just the kind of, oh, it's cool, I converted a Chaos guy, an Empire guy into a Chaos guy. That's just that concept, basically. I think conceptually it's cool, but... And he's level 7. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I like that it's kind of difficult to do. I'm not sure if I like the particular way that it's difficult, but I like that you have to work towards it, or you have to try hard to do it, but it doesn't feel like it's like worth, you know, it's like that worth it. Is the lord that you get, is the demon prince lord that you get their level based on the level of the guy that you get? Like if you get like a level 50 Empire lord, do you get like a level 25 demon prince or whatever? Or is it always like just a level 1 demon prince that you get even if they're really high level? stealing their lord to gain access to a lord you wouldn't normally get is pretty sweet, but it seems like a lot of work to gain something you already have access to normally. Yeah, so that's the thing, like, for me, like, I think it would be much, like, if I was playing as Be'lakor and I could, like, convert, like, a Kislev lord into a demon prince, it'd be way cooler to just steal a Kislev lord and have a Kislev lord in my chaos army and, like, have access to all the unique chaos, like, unique Kislev abilities and stuff, and some of which might help enhance my army.
Rumnan Dreng. Rik.
Roll around with an engineer lord on a steam tank surrounded by chaos warriors. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Chaos with chaos warriors and like chaos dwarf demon engines and shit. Okay, this guy's gonna take this guy out and then like finish off these green skins. I think is the plan.
Subjugatas. Saumansia Nunku. Hungra Unbak or Anaf Unmanar Dringorak.
Alright, we'll get rid of that. Just respec him just in case there's anything dangerous around here.
Dagon Bezeki Gorndok Zishorim Khashut Zibartu Ardugaltak Tumlet Hapru Sabarartun Khashut Anunku Zul Unajar Ulastas Naitiwas.
I don't know if he's worth doing stuff with. We actually made enough money out of this army, this faction already. Yeah, we actually nearly made enough money already to not need to sacrifice stuff.
Ismus Richards Waddle Barak. Dr. Elgramus. Hasut Anunku. Ar Hasut. Stroll. Huri. Saumansia Nunku. Ismus Kupa Ashut. Zetathron.
Alright, let's get a full raiding army ready to go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this Arbal. I feel like Arbal's gonna. I don't know if my Arbal Empire idea is gonna work or not. Because I want to take over the Empire and then have Astragoth as my ally, guarding the east side of sort of thing. But I don't know. Maybe
Dr. Elgramus. Afula Dr. Aftramas. From Abgru.
okay. So if this guy runs away, that's okay. Because now we can take the settlement and they can't get away anyway, so it's all good.
Rik. Vachashut. Jar Unkuz. Dabar.
Oh, is this a factory or a... So we do ideally want this to be a factory, but it is going to be on the front lines, so It's kind of not worth it. Filling an Alistair campaign, White Lion campaign. Yeah, I think I might get you to set it up for me. Set me up a Elftown Alistair campaign sometime if you can be bothered. And can I get Techless as well? No, I can't get. Oh, you can theoretically get Techless, but you have to try and find him down the south. Yeah, I guess that would be, yeah, it'd be Alistair. Basically, an Alistair Elftown tech campaign where the objective is to help the Empire without taking him over, and or I don't know, or maybe we should take it over somewhat and we can manage them, and then yeah, try to connect with Techless so that you can get all of his special stuff. The Elftown one kind of sucks when I tried it. It's yellow and tier 3 max, but the Empire enemies you fight is pretty fun. Okay. And there's nothing around there that you could take over that would, like, yeah. There's like, maybe you could take over the Wasteland and that could be the new Elven domain or something, but I guess it's all yellow as well. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it sucks. Maybe that idea sucks. I wonder if maybe it'd be fun to play in vanilla. Forest or green where the Shrine of Cain is. Oh, okay, yeah. So maybe you could make like an Elven domain in there and then be allied with the Empire or something. I don't know. Like, I don't mind if it's not that great to start off with, as long as you got tier 3 so you can build White Lions. Like, what more do you need, Anthony? Fuck. Yeah, no, I'll just take an outpost for now, because I'm not going to build it up yet. Going back to vanilla. Oh, I see him starting in his normal spot, up near Malekith. Yeah, so I reckon if we head back here, take Veil of Bones, then we won't get attacked as much, and then we can actually jump over for Silver Pinnacle. But yeah, I mean, it'd be good to get this because of the obsidian, but yeah, it'd be really good to take this whole region. Where's... Where's this Urzkul Akdreng? Ah, it's there. It's right there. Okay. Just, oh, it's this little corner there. Yeah, that'd be good to take that province actually, but then we just have to defend it with some weird... Just swapping a Lith for Alistair. It's my favorite high elf campaign. Yeah. Yeah, it would be pretty fun. Fuck, I kind of want to play that as well. But yeah, I think because it's modded, like, yeah. Not sure what I want to go for next. I guess we want to go for a lot of influence this time because Yeah, I don't care about that one. Yeah, that one's probably the one you want. Extra 5 influence for sacrifices. That's 13 turns. 14 turns. Yeah, I mean, this one's pretty good, I guess. There's nothing really we want on the way there, though. Baal should be swapped with Volkir, I think. Oh, really? Why is that? Make your argument. Yeah, I want to get Call to War and Hollow Rounds at some point, but actually, I should grab that. So that would have saved us a lot of gold already if we had done that a lot earlier. Cool. All right, let's all right, our economy is nearly fixed now. Oh yeah, Dinner Daughter. Sorry. So when you convert them, do they keep the levels of the guy that you converted, or no?
You wish for an enticing bargain.
Desolation for all!
So they slightly dislike him. I wonder if there's anyone that he sort of intensely dislikes. Oh, we've got Needful Lords. Nice.
Thaumancia Nuntu. Dalabdanu. Anfa Agrimazu. Zibartu da Baraza Hasut.
So we can't recruit anything that takes 2 turns. I kind of wanted to like fake recruit something to make him attack me and then not recruit it, so that we could use the garrison. But yeah, I don't know. It'll work. Oh yeah, so we've got this. So yeah, so we've got this that's like basically using lots of materials to make lots of armaments. So we've got this, you know, heaps of armaments pumping out, which is pretty cool. So now we can start upgrading our stuff. But we don't really have the regular armament production to keep it going. So yeah, don't remember, it was a while ago. Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, so the next question I've got about the next campaign is that, like, so out of Village and Arbal, it seems like they're pretty even. People are kind of interested in Village, but they're kind of slightly more interested in Arbal, you know, from the 39 votes we got. But the other problem I've got is that I think if I did like, or would you rather I start a new Karl Franz campaign, then the Karl Franz campaign would win like straight up, like overwhelmingly against the Arbal campaign, you know. So it's like, so then it's like, okay, so out of like obscure campaigns that no one really likes or cares about, Abal wins over Village. But should I do that, or should I play a campaign that people would actually be interested in, which would be, you know, one of the main big ones, or maybe one of the DLC lords from the last DLC. But I don't know if that really counts. I don't know if last DLC counts anymore because it's kind of old now. Like, there was a point after the new DLC came out where any of the DLC lords would be more interesting to people because they hadn't really seen me play them before. Whereas now, you know, you guys have probably all seen all of the DLC lords being played at least a couple of times. So, you know, that's not so much value. But if I was to play like Tyrion, you know, Tyrion, Karl Franz, I don't know, who's another favorite? What would you guys rate as like the most popular in terms of streaming, like the most popular lords that most people would want to watch? I'd say it'd be like Tyrion and Karl Franz would be two of the top two. Oh, Archaon. Tyrion, Karl Franz, Archaon. I reckon they'd be like three of the top ones. Maybe not even Tyrion, actually. Maybe just Karl Franz and Archaon. Oh no, is there any other ones like that like everyone always loves a good Archaon campaign or a good Tyrion campaign? Military access. I think I'm gonna go no, because I might eventually go war with him. Definitely Castalton. Yeah, maybe Katerin. Probably not Castalton, but maybe Katerin. I don't know if she's quite on Karl Franz level. Tamakan. I don't know if Tamakan's up there really. Like, Tamakan is a really cool campaign, but but like, I don't think as many people would have played Tamakan, and like, he wouldn't be as popular as like Karl Franz. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'd be on the same level with Karl Franz and Archaon in terms of popularity. It's sort of, I call it a bit of a balance, because even if Karl Franz and Tyrion and Karl Franz and Archaon are the lords that you guys most would like to see me play most of the time, I can't just play Archaon and Karl Franz every time, all the time, you know, otherwise I would get really fucking bored. Nurgle faction is Kugath. Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever I play Nurgle, I always want to play Kugath. He's my favorite, yeah. Meow Meow. Oh yeah, maybe, I don't know actually. I never played Cathay really, so I don't know how popular they are. Kistel is my favorite Kislev campaign on vanilla, but to be fair, I never really give a Stankier a good crack. Yeah, a Stankier is like the best faction, is the best kind of one. Probably like just objectively like the most powerful and the most interesting mechanics and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, she just doesn't have the right vibe for me, I think. Like, I don't know, she doesn't feel like classic Kislev enough, you know. Everlasting Glacier. Ah, shit, that's not what I was looking for. I was trying to get Obedient Mutant. So where the fuck's Obedient Mutant? Maybe this joint? Valet, Florida? Fucking, I have no idea. Foul Fortress? I don't know if I can try that one. I don't even know which one I just did. I guess it'll tell us here. Grudge Daddy, who's that? Dwarfs. Oh yeah, dwarfs. Yeah, actually, for sure, yeah. Yeah, no, good call. I reckon dwarfs would be up there, yeah. If it was like, yeah, like Thorgrim campaign, Thorgrim or Belagar campaign, I reckon would be up there. Maybe with I could go with Thorgrim campaign actually. Yeah, I don't think I would do yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I would do Karl Franz or I would do Karl Franz or Archaon right now. But yeah, maybe dwarfs. I don't know, maybe I don't know. Maybe I want to save dwarfs to do Belagar on the Old World campaign though. Yeah, Belagar and Old World Classic would be good. But yeah, you're right. I reckon Thorgrim could be up there probably. Malachi. Malachi's popular, but I don't think he's like quite as. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as. Oh shit!
I'd wither first.
All right, fuck it. We'll put a siege locker over here.
Thaumansia Nunku. Thaumansia Nunku. Awamrag.
So if he takes that, then he can siege lock him, and we'll get him on the way back. It's been a while since you played Thorgrim. Yeah, true. I don't think I want to play Thorgrim on an old world map though. I think I prefer to play Thorgrim on vanilla. Dark Elves. Yeah, Dark Elves. I don't think Dark Elves are generally popular like Archaon and Calfrans, but I think out of my like community, because I love Dark Elves. I think like, you know, all the people who like Dark Elves watch my channel or something, so, you know. So yeah, maybe, I mean, I guess in terms of what would be a popular stream, then maybe, yeah, maybe Dark Elves would be a popular stream. Yeah, no, I'm definitely down with the idea of a Thorgrim campaign. I just think that yeah, I probably want to play dwarfs soon, but I want to play Belagar on old world map. So I don't know if I want to play Thorgrim like right now. You know, if I'm going to play Belagar in like a couple of streams. I mean, I could just play an Old World Classic campaign, but yeah, I feel like I've been playing Old World Classic every day for a couple of weeks, so I want to play vanilla. So he took out that guy. Let's go fail to steal technology. Try again. Oh, I really want that settlement. Yeah, maybe we can trade her for it when she takes it. All right, nice. Yeah, so we get 450 slaves per turn and 677 gold. That's really solid. Tier 5, everything's nearly maxed out on it, I think. Might go up a little bit more over time, but yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, I think a Chaos Dwarf, Empire, sorry, not Chaos Dwarf, normal dwarf, normal dwarf kind of thing could be cool. Or like, yeah, actually maybe like Chaos Dwarf endgame, but yeah, maybe we do Chaos, actually that could be kind of cool. Do like Chaos Dwarf endgame early, like turn 10. So, but just do it like 50% maybe or something. Like do it enough so that all the Chaos Dwarf factions are really strong, but not to the point where they're going to totally go ballistic. I don't know. Or maybe just do it on 25% just to give them a little boost. I don't know. Do you reckon if you put it on 25%, does it actually give the dwarf factions a boost, or does it get them wiped out because they go to war with everybody? Who's this guy at war with? Where's all his armies?
Come then, messenger. Spit out
Frank 60 is at war with those guys. They've only got 3 settlements here, so I reckon we would go to war with them as well and take them out.
Ut fasha.
Yeah, and we'll stay allied with Zatan until we get. Oh, we have to 200 influence. I didn't even bother. Yeah, I want to save some influence in case there's any capitals that we want to take at tier 3 that have got materials, but I don't think there is any. Yeah, no, that's not a capital, so yeah, we'll just take all these at normal level, just at tier 1.
Kandar hangron epetu. Grunaz una gormanunku. Asumor anjas lost.
Yeah, no, I'll declare war so we can pull Valkyrie in as well.
Approach a lord. Shar hunku.
You play faction potential mod and buff chaos dwarfs, orcs, Skaven. Yeah, no, I want to play. I kind of, yeah, I want to play vanilla, but yeah, sorry, yeah. In the future, sometime maybe we can play around with the Thorgrim campaign with a bit of a dwarfs versus all the evil factions kind of vibe. But but yeah, it's like the good thing about vanilla is that, like, I don't know, like the good thing about mods is that you can try out something different. You can be like, here's something you guys have probably never seen because it's different, you know what I mean? And I can mod all the factions to have different potential, so the dwarfs are all really strong, and then, you know, play it out like that and see how it'd be fun. And it's great for you if you're trying to like create your own like custom scenario where you want the game to be the way that you want it to be and everything, which I'm very much into. But the only problem with it as a streamer is that it's not very relevant to anybody else, because no one else is going to have that experience. You know, it's like, here's a game that's not how it's going to play out for you. Even if you do exactly what I do, it's not going to be the same. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, so it's like, I feel like it's a bit like, I don't know. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I think playing modded campaigns is cool every now and again. But yeah, it's not like, I guess like, the main fundamental thing that I'm interested in is kind of playing the vanilla game, but then subverting the vanilla game to be a bit more the way I want it to be in like a particular scenario or whatever. That's like what I'm usually into. Well, I guess like power gaming in general, and then basically using that power gaming ability to then do other shit that's not really optimal, but is cool from a role-playing point of view or whatever. So yeah, so I feel like, yeah, just playing heavily modded campaigns just kind of ruins it, because, you know, it's not, yeah, because it's not relevant to anyone else, you know? I don't know, something like that. I'm not really sure. Sorry, I get a bit rambly. I'm just, like, a lot of time I'm just talking off the cuff about stuff that I haven't really thought through properly, so I don't really, I'm just, you know, there's a bit of a level of nonsense in what I'm saying sometimes because I haven't thought it through properly. But it's more of a vibe though, you know? I guess I think something like that, I guess, is what I'm saying. Alright, cool, we take that. Yeah, we can't really, yeah, we may as well sack it and take it with this guy. This guy could reach the next settlement, whereas my other army probably can't. But the other army can't, but this guy, even if I took it with the other army, this guy wouldn't be able to take the settlement by himself, so. Yeah, but if I had have taken it with him, he wouldn't be able to take this anyway, so it's like blah. But what we can do is move this guy right next to it so that he can take this next turn, and then this army can force march on to the next settlement. He's not high enough level. This guy can maybe, I don't know, whatever. We'll work it out.
Gorm Bezeki Domleth Dromadrazul
No way.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to take him with auto resolve. Valiant defeat though, not far. Probably just probably just grab a regiment of renown. That's probably not a strong enough regiment of renown. We had a better regiment of renown. Yeah, no.
Kazak Bino Demarks Anfa Adrimazul. Gomlech Utan Marzul Israel Taduras.
Alright, looking pretty good. Wraith. Yeah, I'm trying to find a faction that
Shall I learn
15
your true
settlements.
passion?
Oh, that's
I
the
know
color.
it.
Oh, okay, shit.
It is what
Okay. Wow, okay. Maybe we should try and be friends with the color. So yeah, so now we can check other factions and try and find somebody that he doesn't like. They haven't met each other yet. She doesn't like him, so we could get a bit of friendship by doing agent actions on this guy. Alright, so we don't actually need to sacrifice for money this time. So we can, we could go for materials. But we're pretty broke still, so yeah, I think we better just keep going for money. The most important thing is that you don't go broke. But yeah, no, well, I suppose if you do the faction potential mod, it's kind of the same as putting on the end game scenarios. It's like still a modified version of the game. All right. Are we actually going to ever upgrade any of our settlements? Maybe. Could go for more capacity. It's pretty expensive. I guess it'll pay for itself eventually. Here's another idea. Do Karl Franz, but go with Elspeth path. Take Karl Franz to fight Elspeth, starting enemy. After that, into Vlad while trying to defend Altdorf with new army. Like, why? Like, what's the goal with that? What do I get out of it? What's my reward if I rush Vlad through Elspeth? Just that you take all of her territory so she can't expand. Katarin has taken Erengrad. Kislev has truly fallen. But Katarin is Kislev. Kistelton is the feral, like, outlier guy. You get state troops faster by taking her enemy out and Vlad. Get state troops taking out. You mean getting the Vlad state troops? Or the Solent? Is Solent? Oh yeah, Solent's got its own... Faldorf, yeah. The Sol, yes, capital of Solent, yeah. Yeah, you get those yellow shielded spearmen. Peace treaty? No. There'll be peace when we've extinguished your line. Okay, so we can't auto resolve, otherwise our zone lock, our siege lock lord will die. So we've got to fight it, but then concede so that he can run away. The only thing with, like, if you go Karl Franz, go that direction, like, yeah, I don't know. You get a lot of prestige from it, and maybe confederate a turn 6 to 7 to boost troops even more. Why would you get a lot of prestige from it? Because you'll take Grunberg, and then you'll have to force march through Nuln, which means you get no battle on turn 2. And then she might beat you to the next settlement, so you might get no battle on turn 3, and then maybe you beat her to Faldorf or one of the other settlements. So then on turn 4 you get a battle. By turn 4 you could have already fought 2 massive battles and had heaps of prestige from that. You know, and you get way less prestige from doing that because you wouldn't be fighting every turn, wouldn't you? I know that's how it games out in my mind. Right? She won't beat you, you get a battle on turn 3. Okay, so you just miss out on battle on turn 2. But that's what I'm saying. You see, the only difference is that you lose the prestige from the battle you would have got on turn 2. But yeah, you're saying you get more because if your secondary army can win in Reichland. I don't know, how are you going to win with your secondary army in Reichland? It's got no special troops, no level 1 lord. All you got is like fucking spearmen and archers and shit. Meanwhile, the blue guys have been building up their armies, so they've got like 2 full stacks by this stage, and you've got like, you know, 1 lord and 3 archers. You have to pull them back onto Altdorf. You have to try to get them to attack Altdorf and win a defensive siege to start. Yeah. So you've got to beat them in the defensive siege at Altdorf first, and then come back out. I don't know, it doesn't sound that good. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. In order to resolve if they attack the capital. Yeah, when do they attack the capital? At turn 5 or 6? Or does it take like 10 turns for them to get their balls up to do it? Turn 4? Oh, really? Okay. And where do you recruit it? Do you recruit at Altdorf or you're recruiting Grunberg? I suppose you recruit at Altdorf. Yeah, I think I need to do a new poll. Because like I'm saying, like, I think like these Arbal and Village ideas are cool, like, from my point of view of something different, you know, whatever. But yeah, probably some people would probably prefer if I just played Katerin, Karl Franz, or Archaon, or Thorgrim.
Of Krumkor Elgram.
Yeah, perfect. So we can zone lock him in there until we get back. What's this guy's problem? What? Oh, we're in range of the settlement. Can I win that? Probably. No, there's a lot of Chaos Dwarfs. We've got better magic than him though. And these Bull Centaurs are fucking pretty bad. I mean, yeah, we could win that, but fuck it. We'll just let it. We can auto-resolve it next turn. Good game's a good game. What outpost are you talking about? You mean Grunberg? Or you mean... Yeah, I don't know. Or you mean if you like build a Nuln outpost? A Wissenland outpost or something? Yeah, these slaves that we're getting every turn are helping out a lot.
Astragoth, Zolahu.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to make it to the next town anyway, so we may as well zone lock this. We'll get rid of like that. Sorry, sieging that gets rid of the zone of control. So then Zatan can, I mean Astragoth can move over here, and then we can maybe get a bounce off for there. This guy, I'm gonna leave him in Zarnagran, but put him as far away from the borders as possible, so he's a bit safer.
Adugal Zantabarag, Odiol Venglin.
Yeah, so he can reach. Oh. Ah, fuck, I just wasted my movement. I forgot that we had free sieges because of the tower.
Dakuasta Elgram. Debdarwi Agrundal Haskala. Doomskullki. Gumleth. Angva Grimazul.
Alright.
Rakubeluta.
We can, I wonder if we can take that out. I might, yeah, I might put him there. Just in ambush stance. Hopefully he'll eat up these dwarfs.
Awamrag. Dantalaz. Draj Dabaraku. Afsepuzan Suminu or Sepu Argru.
Alright. Replace him. Don't respec him, otherwise he'll get wiped because he's got no other units in his army.
Easily. Akrek. Kubelu Askar Mingol. Idam Wolfro. Victras.
Yeah, we'll wipe these guys.
Or Araring. Sudanunku. Drarth Jarik. Troll, hurry!
Alrighty. Take that. Can we sack it? Fuck you. Materials, yeah. Pretty close to the drill pieces over there. Might be worth building the drill landmark to unlock the quests. Yeah, nice. Did that. You had 4k prestige by turn 6 and Confederated Talibot clan on turn 6 and had spearman handgunners and grenadier state troops. You recruit and I don't like to confederate any of the I don't like to confederate any of the state elect accounts. The only elect account that I confederate is Elspeth, because otherwise if I don't confederate her then she'll confederate the other ones. I like to have the patchwork of all the different elect accounts, you know. So yeah, if I was going to do it, I'd use it to confederate Elspeth. Yeah. Yeah, confederating Elspeth early would be pretty cool, maybe. But it might be hard because you can only get 3. You can only get 3. Oh, actually, so you could, yeah, you could do what you're saying basically. Then get those settlements. Then sell the Wissenland settlements to Avaland or Stirland. Then you would like potentially get the dilemma to force them to give it back to Wissenland, and then you could pump her up because I think she starts off on 3 fealty. So you get her up to 150 relations, which would be pretty easy with region trading. You could get her up to 6, but then you still need another 4 points. You could use your special donate troops thing to get her up to 7, and then yeah, you still need 3 more points. But yeah, going for early Elspeth Confederation with Karl Franz could be kind of fun. Wonder what the fastest you could get her would be. That could be a good mission for us to science out. Like fastest Elspeth Confederation. How do you do it? And like the main thing I'd be interested about it would be if you could like, yeah, confederate her fast, and if that gives you a good campaign like after that, like if it's pretty cool, like actually starting off with Elspeth confederated early. You reckon you can confederate her by turn 14? Oh yeah, what's the cooldown on send aid? You can get that 2 times pretty fast.
Drystrom, Dakuasta Elgram, Dum Thaumancy.
Yeah, see, 5 turns, yeah. Yeah, or even if it's 6 or 7 turns, it'll probably take that long to get the plus 150 relations and get the dilemma and all that shit. Intriguing. Yeah, even if the secondary army can't do anything, like even if you can't retake Reichland, you should be able to hold Altdorf at least. While Karl Franz goes off crusading. And then if you if you manage to confederate Elspeth, then she can go and, you know, cleanse. But yes, that's what I'm saying. Although, you know, a fair few people voted for Arbal, I bet if I did a Karl Franz Confederation, Elspeth Confederation science stream, that would get like 10 times as many people would be interested in that. I'm kind of coming around to this idea. You order a resolve battle at Altdorf or Helmgart with Lord and 4 to 6 units in the army. Yeah, but then that Lord and 4 to 6 units is not going to be enough to take Ubersreich though. So you still need more units to take Ubersreich, and then, you know. So that's saying, I mean, yeah, you probably would be able to eventually take Altdorf, I guess, take Reichland. Might just take a while. You might, by then you might have a few regiments of renown, and you get a couple of extra. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you take Ubersreich with maybe like 10 units and like 3 lords or something. Especially if you had a wizard. Alright, yeah, I'm thinking maybe Elspeth Science. I took Reichland on turn 5 that way. It was a lot of fun, a lot of defensive battles. Sounds pretty fucking fun, actually. So what do you think the play is to confederate Elspeth? Like, do what you were saying with the Vlad Rush, except for like region trade to Altdor to region trade 1 or 2 settlements to try and region trade back and forth with Elspeth a couple of times to get her up to 150, and then try to region trade a couple of settlements to Avaland so that we can get them to have to give the dilemma back to her. Maybe you might get that other dilemma where you get like +1 fealty with all lords or whatever. If we can get 1,000 influence that way. I don't know if it's even worth doing a vote because I feel like that would overwhelmingly beat the shit out of Arbal. I guess we can do one more vote. I think there was other campaigns I wanted to play as well, but all right, I'll do another poll on Twitch as well for the one person on Twitch that votes. Normally no one votes on Twitch, so it's like every time I do a vote on Twitch I feel like every time I don't do the vote on Twitch I feel like I'm being like, I'm not, you know what I mean, I'm like discriminating against Twitch, but then whenever I do like only like one person votes, that's like almost irrelevant. But this is your chance, Twitch, to be heard. Well, I mean, I might just ignore the vote anyway, but you know. Yeah, I think this vote's pretty much useless because I feel like Karl Franz is good. I think even if it was just Karl Franz, like even if it was just Karl Franz 1001 campaign with nothing special about it, I feel like Karl Franz would win 100% easily. But I think Karl Franz plus Confederation Science is like you take one of his settlements, sell it for Alliance, take the next province, sell it to Stirland or Everland, and hope to get a dilemma. Yeah, that's pretty much the plan, yeah. But you want to get 150 relations, so we'll need to sell her more than one settlement. If we can sell her a settlement in exchange for another settlement and like switch it back and forth, you know. So does she take the first settlement, Dottenbach or whatever? If we can get her to take at least the first settlement, and then I can region trade her for that settlement, and then region trade it back, get her plus 80, that would be, you know, pretty good. She takes the first. Okay, that's beautiful. So if she takes the first one, we take the second one, sell her the second one in exchange for the first one, then sell her the first one back as well. Then we get, yeah, then we get plus 80. I was hoping to auto resolve this. I'm hoping she's going to take that guy out, but alright, I'm going to put this guy in ambush stance. Over here. I don't know. Oh shit, these guys might smash this guy. Oh no, he'll jump over, they won't reach him. Yeah, I could have taken it as an outpost, but Yeah, we'll just keep pushing in on them. Yeah, we'll hopefully get Valkyr to take out this guy here, but not take the settlement. Really want that as well. I might just get another Lord here and try and race her for that. It's only one vote for so far. Yeah, so yeah, sorry about all the votes, guys. I'm just but yeah, we got a new vote up in case you've already voted. If you want to vote again, so vote between either Corn Emperor Arbal or Karl Franz, but trying to science the fastest Elspeth Confederation, which I think would be you know, both a good contribution to the community. Well, unless somebody else has already done it in the past, in which case it won't be a contribution at all. But it'd also be a good contribution to my own personal enjoyment, because I would like to do that, I think. And it might be my new Karl Franz start, because normally I always like to take out Kemmler early, because otherwise he's a pain in the ass. And I just think it's really neat to just take out Kemmler really early, and then you just kind of don't have to worry about that side for ages. Whereas this side, it's going to, this way, if we go east to get Elspeth, it's going to be kind of a totally different campaign from the normal Karl Franz campaign. But we will have to face that Kemmler. Whereas normally he'd be dead. On the plus side, Kemmler's defeat trait is a lot better than Vlad's defeat trait. So it might be good to farm. -5 upkeep all armies is pretty good. Yeah, I should there's some good stuff here that I want, but yeah, I was just sort of saving it in case there was a tower that we wanted, but I don't think there's any towers that we want. Yeah, none of these towers have materials, so yeah, I don't think there's any point really in taking them. Like, the only tower that I took with influence was this one, so we could get the iron straight away. Uh, 132 is like 1600 gold. Yeah. Yeah, I should be able to take that out next turn. Yeah, fuck it, let's take it, because that way we can get +1 Infernal Castellan as well. And replenishment rate. That's pretty cool. I convert this into a factory. I wonder if the factory, when I convert it, if it will destroy this building or not, because this building should be able to exist in a factory as well. I can't remember whether it just destroys everything automatically, or if it keeps, like, if you go to barracks or materials there, does it keep it? Or does it just destroy everything? Like if it was an outpost specific one, like a mine, obviously it would be destroyed, but I'm not sure if it's like, if it's one that can be kept, I'm not sure if it does, or if it automatically raises it first and then rebuilds it, or what. I guess we're going to find out momentarily. Get artillery here. Actually, we could get Castellans here. Let's get money here for now. Right, so yeah. Cool. All right, so now now we can sacrifice everything for money, and we still are going to be pumping a fair bit of materials regardless. So yeah, we're still getting 500 materials per turn. Not bad. Alright, so on Twitch we got 2 votes for Karl Franz Confederate Elspeth. On YouTube we got 2 votes each for Karl Franz and Arbal. So currently it's 4 votes for Karl Franz for 2 votes for Arbal. Astragoth survived the Arbal plan. Astragoth survived the Arbal plan. What? Hey, Ravage. Oh, you mean like when we were discussing playing Arbal before? Oh yeah, no. Astragoth's living on borrowed time for sure. Oh yeah, so I'm not going to take any towers at tier 3, so we'll just take this stuff. So this one's probably the best value. Every single lord gets 2 uses of bombardment. Really good for like using solo lords to defend rebellions and whatever, you know. So I'd probably say that one. This one also super good, being able to summon a unit, especially if you got a gun-based or archer-based army. Like having an extra unit that can tank temporarily to hold them back while you just blast the shit out of everything coming in. It's super useful. Plus you can use them to snipe artillery. Plus, you know, even if you already got tanks, you can put this guy in front of your other tanks. Plus, if you're trying to like gank an enemy lord, these guys are large, so you can help them pin them down. Like, just so super useful, you know. And then you got Wrath of Zar army ability. Not so useful, but can be good for pulling enemy armies if you don't have artillery or whatever, or any spells or something. I don't know. Just it's sort of just an extra army ability. Just these 3 having all these army abilities just magnifies the power of your solo lords, basically. Especially like it magnifies all your armies, but if you just got a solo lord that's got very little power, all of a sudden he's got 3 extra magic spells that are free. Dreadquake's pretty good. You know, in territory, yeah, especially defensively, because yeah, I might get that. I don't normally go for that because I'm usually being really aggressive, but in this campaign, because I want to play more once we've conquered this area, I want to play more defensive, so I probably would take that earlier. So it'd probably be like that one, then one of these 2, and then the other one. All this other stuff is also, you know, good, but yeah, I feel like the army abilities, especially if you fight a lot of battles and you're pretty aggressive with your armies and stuff, it's pretty good. But yeah, no, I feel like it's going to be Kalfran's Confederating Elspeth Science. You like the random capacity increase? Yeah, random capacity increase is good too. It's just the only problem is it's random though. If you use a lot of different types of units, it's alright, but if you're sort of aiming for one, I'm usually aiming for one specific thing, and it's like kind of, yeah, it can be a bit frustrating. But yeah, the random capacity thing's kind of good though, especially when you get higher. Like, yeah, it's kind of okay if you don't get it early though, because it's like more worth more later. Like once you get to the point where it's costing you like 1 million armaments to upgrade your capacity, then like even if you only get one every 9 turns or something, it's still cool. Halfran's Confederating Elspeth is some science I'd be very interested in. Yeah, I think everyone would be really. I think that's definitely the go. I put the vote up mainly just for you guys to demonstrate that, but yeah, I don't even need the vote. Like I know that everyone would like to see that more. But that's all right. Arbal's still on the list for one day. Maybe we'll do Arbal next after Kalfran's. Yeah, whenever there's something on a vote, it's always like something I want to do eventually. So even if you lose a vote, don't worry, I'll probably get through that one next or whatever. Nice, you killed him. And she's too far away from either of those to get him. I might be able to beat them. Might be able to beat her to it. But yeah, no, random capacity is good. But yeah, I do like if I don't get it straight away, I don't mind because I do feel like it gets more and more. It's more valuable like super late. Like it's really valuable super late campaign. So it's kind of like the later you get it, like it's worth more earlier. But what am I trying to say? It's worth more the earlier you get it, the more free capacity you'll get out of it. But the free capacity you get out of it is worth more the more capacity that you already have. So it sort of gets more valuable later, if in a way. But it also gets more valuable later if you've already got it earlier. I don't know, fuck, words. One of those things where if you already knew what I was saying, then you would understand what I'm saying. But if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, my explanation would not have helped. Alright, this guy got wounded before trying to steal technology, but he's unperturbed, he's going to go and have another crack. Yeah, I don't think we're going to beat her to this one, but we can have a shot. Oh shit, she's going to beat me to this one as well. I think she's going to beat me to that one too. That's weird. Why can't I stop in that spot there? Oh shit. Alright, I need to be outside of the... I need to be outside of the range of the reinforcement from the settlement. But I'm trying to block the zone, block the road, so that Valkyrie won't be able to hit it in one turn. I really want to give him piercing bolts of body. Where did they go? Back into the settlement? No, they didn't. Where the fuck did they go? Did they jump out? Oh, he's right there. Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm fast. Is he not in... Yeah, he's in range. I value early because you don't have a lot of armaments to increase capacity. More valuable late because of capacity increase more. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because yeah, so it's early, so you're saying like you get it early when you, and basically you don't have any armaments to upgrade it. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, true. Yeah, it sort of is a yeah, true. I guess it's like, it's more valuable before you have any armaments to upgrade stuff because it gives you free upgrades. But then once you have upgrades, it becomes, yeah, whatever. It's more, and it's more valuable earlier because you get more total. Like if you do it 20 turns earlier, then that's like 3 more times that you're going to get it. But yeah, but what I'm saying is if you don't want to get it early, you don't have to feel bad because your upgrades are cheap at the start anyway. And it's, yeah, you know what I mean? I wasn't trying to say it's bad to do it early. I was just trying to say it's not bad to do it late. Yeah, basically, if you know what I mean. And yeah, and I have found in the past that when I've been trying to get a particular unit upgraded, it's very yeah, it's only 1 unit every 4 turns, and it's random between the different variety of monsters. I think is that only 2 different types though? Bull Centaur, Kadai, or Flying, or is that 3 different types? Oh no, that is that's 2 different types. Yeah, that's 3 different types. Yeah, no, it is 3 different types. Yeah, Bull Centaur, Flying, and Kadai. Yeah, 3 different types. Whereas the other one's 2 different types. It's either infantry or infantry. So that one's kind of better because you're more like if you like infantry, which I do, this one's kind of better because you're going to have a 50% chance of getting one you want. Whereas this one's not as good because you got 33% chance of getting Bull Centaurs and 66% chance of getting bullshit you don't want. Unless you want those things as well. I guess getting some Kadai Fireborn early when you've got the building but you haven't got any. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, whatever. I think that's been thoroughly discussed now. Okay, he's gonna get that. We don't need reinforcement from this guy. Hey, we stole their bolt thrower. How cool is that? Guy's got siege attacker now. What a Chad. That spot has a toll. The Lamassu have grown on me pretty good. Their silencer is so useful. Yeah, Lamassus are pretty cool. But you can easily get them on a Lord as well, so yeah. And you've only got a 33% chance of getting them through there anyway, so it's like, yeah. Fuck, this guy's being a bit of a dick. Galbarazur. Are all these places like names that he's found somewhere, or are they just ones that he's made up or something? I assume they're actual real places. Tier 3. Oh, we could, if we could take this. Yeah, all right, maybe I'll occupy it. Actually, let's be extra sneaky. So we'll yeah, we'll move this guy here, and then we'll replace him. So he's now in the 0 movement circle. So now we can cancel this attack. And then we can still get the advantage of occupying it on the first battle without knocking it down by sacking with Astragoth. So now we've got a tier 2 outpost instead of a tier 1. Instead of a tier 1, and we get to keep the salt, and we can build materials there, I guess. And then this guy's still free to Keep rolling.
You what? Rick Bailmancy.
Yeah, they might try and take that back again, but we can just we can siege lock them.
Unazar. Tagrungron Apgru.
Oh yeah, right.
Asumo. Grunfen Tabarag. Taida Akrak. Hasut out.
Oh, we can move. Oh, we can walk through there. I didn't realize. All right, well, we better get zone locking then. Siege locking, I mean.
I refuse. Avanar. Frinath Kazak. Skund Dakar.
I don't know if I could jump over. I could probably jump over there, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll zone siege respec him out. All right, we'll respec him out. Switch him out for another lord so we can recruit. Cruel fire. Yeah, I kind of liking the cruel. The poison seems to be really good for finishing off, like chasing routers.
Zibartu da Baraza Hasut. Debdarwi Agrundal Haskala.
Alright, vampires.
Makazia Thaumansi.
Just about done.
Domitashu. Abgru. Grunaz una dormanuntu. Anfa.
Get rid of the regiments renowned. So yeah, so this guy here. Yeah. So he doesn't, yeah, he's not got very high level settlement yet. He might have got, maybe got wrecked by somebody. Oh, he's at war with Grimgor. Yeah. Warhammer 3 Chaos Dwarfs versus Warhammer 1 Vamps. Yeah. I mean, it'd be fine if I was playing the vampires versus the Chaos Dwarfs, but yeah, it's not very good against them. Yeah, I don't know. Grimgor, it seems bad. I don't think he's going to live long enough to be any use to us. Maybe I take this and sell it to Zatan. The only thing is I want to... Actually, I take it, sell it to Zatan, then he does that for now. And then later on when I confederate Zatan, then we can sell it to somebody else and make a new ally down there. It could work.
Is the Kazakh monger. Is the Kuz Katalhuk to Subjogitas?
If I do military access, are they going to kill my rebels? Probably.
Is as it is fate.
That region's really useful. Get the building to slow campaign movement in the region. It's a really nice buffer state. Yeah, and is that where you do your rebel farming? So where do you do your rebel farming? Out here in these big shitty zones, or inside here in your actual proper zones? Have one out there, but it's not great. Zeech demons don't make good slaves. Oh, really? But why are they Zeech demons? The entire Zarnagran city, except for the province itself. So you just have this part that's not rebelling, and you have everything else rebelling. What's so good about this one? Why do you want this one to not rebel? I do like the idea of the Chaos Dwarfs just constantly stomping out. I do like the idea of the Chaos Dwarfs just constantly stomping out rebellions. But don't you find that then the rebellions sometimes like, oh, I guess they can't take them out in one turn, can they, because of the barracks? Oh, does the rebellion, the raiding from the rebellion, ruin your income? Huzzah! Successful technology steal. Finally. It's minus 100% in region per raider, yeah. What's this guy doing? Oh, he was getting ready for that, yeah. Yeah, cool. How many? Yeah, so now we're at the point where we could start pumping influence because we've got enough money. Cool. And then now we could just go all influence if we want. This one turn. We've still got a few turns before we run out of money, so it's all good. And then, yeah, we just got a little bit of production still going, but it's fine. The should is pleased with the sacrifices. A few of them aren't very good, like the Kislev and the Dwarf ones. In retrospect, could make them northern provinces too, yeah. Well, yeah, is this... So you reckon this is a Zeech... If I do here, it's going to be a Zeech rebellion? 100% Zeech. Ah, okay. So this is a Zeech faction. Okay, and they make good slaves, you reckon? Well, no, they don't make good slaves, yeah. Yeah, we need greenskin ones, really. These ones over here is where it's at. Greenskin settlements. Alright, cool. Well, maybe, yeah. So this campaign I was envisaging as a long-term kind of campaign. Starts off as a ruin, yeah. I don't think the corruption matters, does it? Or maybe the corruption matters if the default faction's not there anymore. Like, yeah, it might be, I don't know. Like, if it's, maybe it's Zatan, but because Zatan's alive, it goes for the Chaos Corruption. But if Zatan was dead, maybe it would be random then. What's long-term in Mercy campaign calibrations? As in, I go play another campaign now, but I keep this one in storage, and then next time I want to just play a quick few turns of something without starting a new campaign, I just come back to this one. Which is what I was previously doing with the Astragoth campaign that we had before, but I think this one's now replaced the Astragoth campaign as my, you know, ongoing Chaos Dwarf campaign. Oh, did I? Oops. I guess I meant to replace him with somebody who was not in force march. Damn it. Yeah, I think he was like level 10. So he's not coming back. Okay, that's pretty good. We should be able to take that with Valkyria as an assistant lord. Sorry, I'm just trying to fuck around with something else. That's right. I was setting up an Alistair campaign. I had abandoned the starting region so I could resettle it. I forgot that I didn't have a lord on the field. Game over. Well, the first time ever properly losing a campaign. Nice. Yeah, I've actually proper lost them a couple of times. It's fun. It's pretty shocking when you see that fucking end screen summary screen come up. I've had it come up a couple of times when I accidentally won a campaign. I very rarely actually finish a campaign, or very rarely even go for the victory conditions at all. But yeah, I think I've done that, something like that as well, once or twice. Somehow ended the campaign. But yeah, I've definitely accidentally won the campaign a couple of times and had that like, oh shit, summary thing come up. Right, pin these guys down. Oh yeah, he's taking that now. I don't really want Grimgor in here, but I guess we got to have someone to fight against. Yeah, I feel like Grimgor and Grimgor and Karakadran are going to be our major enemies over here. Yes, I'm hoping we can hopefully block her from being able to take that. We can get her to reinforce so we get to take it with her help. In 44 influence per turn is pretty good. Check out Crazy Decala. We need to get an alliance with Decala quick before she goes to war with us. Like, I feel like fighting Decala would be pretty rough. I kind of wouldn't mind playing the Marathi Slanesh thing as well.
Dibnin Makas. Tagrungron Apgru. Istak Atal Wantoras. Gandar Hangron Erpetu. Eso Annunku.
What's his tier? Tier 3 as well. Alright, we'll do the same thing. Same thing as before, so we siege lock it with him. Then we sneakily move this guy into position. Make sure he's right next to the settlement and replace him. Then we cancel the siege. I tried Marathi, but I didn't like it. The Black Arcs don't have the Slanesh buildings, so you're stuck around the same province the whole time if you want demonettes, no global recruitment, and the building is terrible, so you don't want to build it everywhere. You can build... I think we got an outpost here, aren't we? Yeah, outposts for materials. Yeah, we can get tier 2 hobgobs. This guy's gonna fucking mess up my raiding army. I didn't like it. Hated's pretty good.
Not likely. Angva Grimazul. Sartu Unzan.
Stay away a little bit. Yeah, I might just not worry about them too much. I'll just try to get rid of the rest of their empire. He did not go that way, so that's good. Oh shit.
You're not worth the fight.
Alright, we'll grab another lord here. Oh no, which one's that? Is that Galba's or that's one we don't want to lose, hey? I'm not very lucky with my needfuls this time around. Might grab a phlegmatic just in case we need somebody to do public order sometime. Yeah. The good thing about Dark Elves is though that you can smash up your buildings super fast, you know. So it's not like with High Elves or someone where it takes a long time to get to tier 3 and it takes a long time to build the buildings and all that shit, you know. With Marathi, you can just like take over a settlement, then, you know, get it to tier 3 in like 3 turns, and then just insta build the tier 3 building, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I feel like it's, you know, it's not that, but even take into consideration those things you said, like, it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't know, you don't necessarily want every army to be demonettes though as well, you know? I feel like just having like Marathi's army with like 10 demonettes in it would be enough to for the vibe. Maybe have the odd, yeah. I guess you kind of want a sprinkling of demonettes. You could have vassal recruitment. You could have ally recruitment and get like 3 or 4 excellent demonettes in all your armies from Nikari. I feel like you're just being a naysayer, Anthony. But yeah, all right. You've soured me on the idea somewhat. I don't know what to do with this army. Whether I should keep him around here to deal with start a new army to deal with Grimgor, or whether we should try to. Like, I feel like we should go to war with these dwarfs, maybe, but.
Asumor Angas Lock Doomleth.
Tried out for 30 turns or so. That was just my experience. A lot of work for demonettes to be the same strength as if you were just playing Slaanesh. The main advantage for playing Dark Elves is not to make your demonettes stronger though. It's to have all the advantage of like being able to pump up all your buildings with slaves and stuff. Like that's the Dark Elves' main thing is that when they conquer, they just like, you know, they just everything just slams up real fast. Just to tier 3 at least anyway. I don't really bother going higher than tier 3 most of the time. Yeah. So like Slaanesh has got pretty good growth, I guess, but it doesn't have that like instant build thing and super growth like Dark Elves have. And they don't have slaves as well. Capturing, yeah, getting soul, or whatever, devotees or whatever that you get with Slaanesh, I don't think that's as satisfying as the slave action. Yeah, it's more like the fun of playing Dark Elves with some fun flavor of the Slaanesh flavor, whereas you're coming at it from like it's a different version of Slaanesh, which is like, yeah, not really. But yeah, thanks for the feedback. It was useful feedback. My cast dwarfs are gonna die. Why? They don't deserve it. Alright. Siege. The siege has defeated me. That might be a good spot to keep the save at, I think. Yeah, no, it's more like just, you know, you want to play Marathi because she's cool, and you want to play Dark Elf, she's cool. So it's like just more of a way of having some extra flavor for the Dark Elf experience, rather than trying to have a better Slaanesh campaign than Slaanesh. I play Slaanesh for different... For Slaanesh, for me, is all about the vassals, really. Chaos Dwarfs they deserve to be wiped out. No, they don't. Chaos Dwarfs are awesome. Alright, I need to put together a thumbnail for this Karl Franz campaign. That's pretty good. Nah. That one's nah. Sorry, I'm just getting a thumbnail, some thumbnail action going on. Hello, welcome. See you later, Talk. See you next next Cursed Dwarf campaign. We're just about to start a new campaign, so I'm just dicking around with that. Okay, getting somewhere. I'm getting somewhere here. I'm making making a thumbnail. You guys want to see thumbnail cam? And then we need like a background of Warhammer background, I guess. We've got the autosave saved on the we've got the autosave saved on whatchamacallit on Warhammer. Actually, yeah, no, we'll go. I'll exit completely. We want to reload on vanilla. And we'll just go no mods. And yeah, no, we'll just go for like a simple background of like just the map maybe. And we'll create a new stream.
I
So
am
doing
Prince and Emperor.
yeah, doing Immortal Empires. Excuse me.
Death would be such an inconvenience.
And go back to our go for a bit of a map action. Make that a bit bigger. Get a bit of a science flask on there as well. Just for clarity. Cool. I think that's pretty pretty good. And something like that. All right, I feel like that's pretty good. Right. But yeah, I think that's finished now. Change over the Twitch. Vote. Right, we'll stick a pin in the Emperor Arbal campaign. I'll probably do it again at some point pretty soon, but yeah, not quite now. Man, I'm dehydrated. I've been talking and not drinking. Alrighty, cool. All right, we'll start a new campaign with Franz.
Summon the Elector Counts.
And yeah, I'll pop you guys over to a new stream in just a second. Do a little bit of intro. right. All right, hey everyone. Today we're going to do a bit of a science stream. So normally I like to play immersive campaigns, you know, for my own enjoyment, but just kind of share with you what I'm kind of getting up to. But yes, every now and again I do what I call a science stream, where basically it's not necessarily Iron Man. You know, normally I play Iron Man because I feel like it's more immersive and more fun. So if I do a science stream, that's not necessarily going to be Iron Man. I'm going to try out different stuff to try to get the right start. If, you know, the first time we do it, it just works out perfectly or whatever, then maybe we will just go Iron Man. But yeah, the idea is to try out different stuff. So maybe do a few restarts and yeah. So the goal is to confederate Elspeth. So when I play Karl Franz, I don't like to confederate any of the Electocount's state provinces. So the only one that I confederate is Elspeth, because like I'd like there to be all different Electocounts owning all different parts of the Empire and try to control them as like my allies rather than destroy them all, which is kind of like the normal way of playing Karl Franz, I guess. And so yeah, so basically I like to keep them all alive and use them as allies.